Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Mirror of Shifting Time, Trapped in a Warped Forest. The idea to escape to the cabin came out of nowhere, or at least it seemed that way at first. No answer came from the mirror, only the quiet room around me. Sleep was difficult. My mind kept replaying moments from the day, but the memories shifted each time. Events I was sure had happened seemed to change details when I thought about them. Faces of people I remembered meeting looked unfamiliar, or sometimes didn't exist at all. The next morning, I found a note tucked under the door. The paper was blank except for a single word written in neat print, "Remember." I stared at it, heart pounding. Who could have left it? I was supposed to be alone out here. I looked around the cabin, checking every corner. Nothing out of place except the note. I considered leaving immediately but felt rooted to the spot, a strange compulsion to stay. That afternoon, I returned to the forest. This time, I tried to avoid the clearings, but the trees. Paths I had taken the day before were gone, replaced by new trails that led to open spaces I never saw before. In one clearing, I found a patch of grass that bent strangely under my feet. Looking down, I noticed my shadow was missing. I reached to touch my leg, half afraid to look back at the ground. The shadow returned only when I stepped out of the clearing. I sat on a fallen log, trying to understand what was happening. The forest wasn't just unfamiliar, it was altering the rules of space and time around me. I felt small and lost, like a character trapped inside a story I didn't know how to read. As twilight fell, I hurried back to the cabin. The mirror was the first thing I checked. My reflection had changed again. Now the face was older, lines around the eyes deeper, and the smile was faint but real. I whispered, "What's happening to me?" No answer came, only the quiet ticking of the old clock on the wall, which somehow was moving backwards. I realized then that the cabin, the forest, and even myself were part of something I couldn't understand yet. The strange clearings, the shifting memories, and the changing reflection were all connected. I wasn't sure if I wanted to stay or leave. But I knew one thing for certain, whatever this place was, it wasn't normal and I was already trapped inside it. And as the shadows lengthened around me, I realized there was no turning back, not now, not ever. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a voice just beneath the edge of comprehension, a language older than words, older than memory. I strained to listen, hoping the murmurs might unravel the knots in my mind, but the sound slipped through like smoke, intangible and fleeting. The forest around me seemed to pulse, alive with unseen eyes, watching, waiting. I stepped away from the cabin, the wooden boards creaking beneath my feet, as if protesting my departure. The air was thick, a heavy mist curling around the trunks, obscuring the path I thought I knew. Each step forward felt like wading deeper into the unknown, the familiar melting into something alien and unrecognizable. Suddenly, the ground beneath me shifted, a subtle tremor that blossomed into a ripple of movement. The trees bent, not with the wind, but as if bowing to some unseen force. The clearing ahead shimmered, and through the haze, shapes began to coalesce. Figures, ethereal and indistinct, danced just beyond reach. Their forms flickered like candlelight caught in a breeze, sometimes human, sometimes beast, and sometimes neither. One of them reached out, a hand formed of mist and shadow. The gesture was beckoning, inviting me to cross the threshold between what I was and what I might become. I hesitated, torn between dread and curiosity. The pull was irresistible. As I stepped forward, the world seemed to fold in on itself. The trees stretched and twisted, their branches weaving a canopy overhead that blotted out the sky. The forest floor rippled like water, and I felt my feet sinking, not into earth, but into something softer, more fluid. Memories surface, fragments of other lives, other times visions that weren't my own but felt intimately familiar. I saw a child running through this very forest, laughter ringing pure and free. Then an old woman, her eyes gleaming with wisdom, tending to a fire beneath these same trees. A man, perhaps a hunter or a wanderer, lost and searching. Each memory layered upon the last, a tapestry of existence bound to this place. And through it all, a voice echoed in my mind, not spoken aloud, but felt deep within my bones. You belong here. You always have. Panic surged. I wanted to reject it, to break free from the invisible chains tightening around my soul. But the forest knew me too well, understood my fears and hopes and secrets. It whispered truths I was too afraid to face, truths about who I was and what I had forgotten. The figures flickered once more, then slowly began to solidify. Faces emerged from the mist, ancient, timeless, watching. They were guardians of this place, keepers of its secrets and its magic. Their eyes held no malice, only sorrow and patience, as if they had waited an eternity for me to arrive. One stepped forward, her voice a soft melody that resonated in the air. You seek answers, but first, you must understand the price of knowledge. This forest is a mirror, a crucible. To see clearly, you must shed your illusions. I nodded, though my heart pounded with uncertainty. She extended a hand, and as I reached out, the world dissolved into light and shadow. When the brilliance faded, I found myself standing at the edge of a pool, its surface perfectly still, reflecting the sky above. The air was cool, scented with earth and rain. Look, the woman urged. I peered into the water, and my reflection shimmered and shifted. Instead of my own face, I saw scenes playing out, lives intertwined with mine, moments lost and found, decisions made and unmade. The pool was a window, a nexus of possibility and consequence. Time stretched and folded as I watched, the lines between past, present, and future blurring. I saw the path that. The reflection in the pool kept shifting, showing scenes I couldn't fully grasp. I nodded again, trying to make sense of the swirling images. Then the woman stepped back into the shadows, leaving me alone with the pool and the strange quiet. When I blinked, the pool's surface settled, and my own face stared back at me, though it wasn't quite right. The eyes looked unfamiliar, the expression was off, as if the person in the mirror was a stranger wearing my skin. I pulled back from the water, stumbling away from the edge. The woman's warning echoed in my mind, to see clearly, I must shed my illusions. But what illusions? And at what cost? The next morning, I woke to a sharp chill, the cabin still dark except for the pale dawn light filtering through the cracked window. I sat up slowly, muscles stiff, and reached for my phone on the bedside table. The screen lit up, but the date was wrong, several days ahead of what it should have been. I frowned and checked it again. The time was right, but the calendar was off. I shook my head and looked in the small mirror hanging by the door. The face staring back was mine, but the shape of the jaw, the set of the eyes, felt subtly altered. I blinked hard, wondering if I was losing my mind. I moved to the window and looked out at the forest. The trees stood still, but the clearings I'd noticed before. One clearing that had been a perfect circle the day before now looked like an oval, and the shadows moved strangely across the grass. I decided I had to understand what was happening to me. If the forest was twisting time and space, then maybe it was twisting my memories and identity too. I grabbed a notebook from the kitchen and began to write down everything I remembered about the past week, every detail I could recall about how I had gotten here, what I had seen and the strange sensations I felt. As I wrote, I noticed gaps in my memory, places where the story didn't fit, or where I couldn't remember what had happened. Sometimes the handwriting on the page looked unfamiliar. I needed proof. Something concrete to show that what I was experiencing wasn't just a trick of my mind. I put on my boots and stepped outside, heading toward one of the clearings I had marked on a crude map I'd drawn the day before. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and pine. The clearing was smaller than I expected, surrounded by tall firs that blocked most of the light. I paced the edge, looking for anything unusual. That's when I saw it, a small pile of stones arranged in a rough circle, half hidden in the underbrush. I knelt down and touched the stones. They were cold and damp, but something about the arrangement felt deliberate. I pulled out my phone and took several pictures, hoping to compare them to the area later. On the way back to the cabin, I passed through another clearing. This one was larger, with a patch of grass in the middle that looked burned or dead. As I walked across it, I suddenly felt dizzy, the ground tilting beneath me. I stopped and leaned against a tree, breathing hard. When the dizziness passed, I looked down at my hands. They looked normal, but the nails were longer than before, and the skin was paler. I shook my hands. Back inside, I spread the photos and notes out on the kitchen table. I compared the stone circle to the pictures on my phone from yesterday. They didn't match. The stones in the photos were arranged differently, and in one photo, the circle was missing entirely. I checked the timestamps. The photos had been taken within minutes of each other. How could the same place look so different in such a short time? I tried calling anyone I knew, but my phone said there was no signal. The cabin was off the grid, which I had expected, but the isolation suddenly felt more suffocating. That night, I tried to sleep, but the images from the pool kept replaying in my head. Faces merging and separating, times folding over themselves. The woman's words echoed again, but now they seemed like a warning I hadn't fully understood. Before I drifted off, I glanced at the mirror one last time. My reflection was still wrong. The eyes looked tired and distant, and the face. I didn't know what the forest wanted from me. But I knew one thing for sure. The longer I stayed here, the more I was slipping away from myself and from reality. I had to find out why, and fast. But first, I needed to steady my mind before the shadows swallowed me whole. The air around me thickened, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Each breath felt like pulling cold fog into my lungs, chilling me to the bone. The forest seemed alive, watching, waiting. I forced myself to stand, legs trembling beneath the weight of unseen dread. Somewhere beyond the twisted branches, a faint whispering stirred, threading through the silence like a fragile thread of sound. It wasn't words I could understand, but the tone was unmistakably urgent, almost pleading. My fingers brushed against the rough bark of a nearby tree, grounding me. I needed a plan, a direction, anything to anchor me before the darkness creeping and claimed what was left of my resolve. Somewhere deep inside, a spark flickered, a stubborn refusal to vanish without a fight. The forest held its breath around me. I stood there, hands pressed against the bark of that gnarled tree, trying to steady the shaking in my legs. The whispering had stopped, but the feeling it left behind was. I was caught between panic and stubborn hope. I couldn't turn back now. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the cabin window, watching shadows shift just beyond the edge of the clearing. The moon was full and bright, but it did nothing to ease the creeping unease. I kept checking my reflection in the glass, but each time it looked different, subtly wrong. The face staring back wasn't mine, or at least not the me I remembered. The eyes were the same color, but the shape of my mouth, the line of my jaw, even the texture of my hair seemed off. I touched the glass, hoping to ground myself, but my hand trembled too much. In the faint light, I noticed something else. The calendar pinned to the cabin wall had a different date than it should. It was almost a week ahead of the day I thought it was. I remembered marking the day of my arrival, but now it had disappeared. I wasn't sure how that was possible, but the shift made a cold knot form in my stomach. Time here wasn't just strange, it was breaking apart. When dawn finally came, I forced myself to move. I needed answers, even if those answers meant losing what little I had left of the world I knew. I grabbed the small notebook I'd started filling with observations and a pen, then stepped outside. The air was crisp, the damp earth soft beneath my boots. I headed toward the largest clearing, the one that... The clearing wasn't empty. In the center, a circle of stones stood arranged. I hadn't seen it before. The stones were worn and covered with moss, but I crouched down and touched one. It was cold, colder than the morning air. I pulled out the notebook and scribbled a quick note: stone circle and clearing. Unknown origin. Possible connection to time shifts. While writing, a movement caught my eye. At the edge of the clearing, just beyond the trees, a figure stood watching me. The figure was tall and thin, draped in a long, dark coat that blended with the shadows. The face was hidden under a wide-brimmed hat, but the presence was undeniable. I froze, unsure whether to call out or run. The figure lifted a hand in a slow, deliberate wave, then turned and disappeared into the trees. I stayed rooted for a moment longer, heart pounding. The woods were silent again. No whispering, no rustling, just the faint sound of my own breathing. I wanted to pursue the figure, but something told me that chasing shadows wouldn't help. Instead, I circled the stones once more, looking for clues. There was no writing, no symbols, just the cold weight of the stones themselves. Back at the cabin, I tried to piece things together. The figure, the stone circle, the shifting reflections, all signs pointed to something beyond natural. I flipped through the notebook and noticed something else. A page I was certain I hadn't written yet was filled with neat handwriting describing events I didn't remember experiencing. The words told of nights spent wandering the forest, following invisible paths, and hearing voices calling my name. I stared at the page, the hairs on my arms standing straight. I knew those memories weren't mine. I stood and moved to the mirror hanging by the door. My reflection stared back, but this time it smiled. The smile wasn't mine. I blinked and it disappeared. The face went blank, lifeless. I turned away, needing fresh air, but the forest outside. The next morning was worse. I woke to discover the cabin was packed with items I didn't own: old books, strange trinkets, papers filled with indecipherable writing. None of it made sense. I had no memory of bringing these things here, but there they were, scattered across the table and shelves. Panic rose, but I forced it down. This place was changing me and everything around me. I had to fight it. Determined to find some control, I decided to explore the other clearings. If something twisted time and space here, maybe I could find a pattern. I packed a small bag with the notebook, a bottle of water, and some food, then set out before the sun reached its peak. As I moved through the forest, the air shifted again. The trees bent and twisted in impossible angles, and the ground beneath my feet. When I reached the second clearing, I found another stone arrangement, smaller but no less strange. This one was shaped like a spiral. And in the center a shallow depression held a pool of water that reflected the sky perfectly, though no clouds moved above. I knelt by the pool and looked into it. The reflection showed the trees, the sky, and for a brief second, an image of myself standing behind me. I spun around, but no one was there. The hairs on my neck prickled. I glanced back at the pool and saw my reflection again, but this time the image was distorted. My face blurred and shifted, morphing into someone else's, someone I didn't recognize. I stumbled back and nearly fell. I knew I couldn't keep going. Something in this place was erasing me, rewriting who I was. I traced the edge of the pool with my fingers, hoping to grasp whatever power held me here. The water rippled and then stilled, but the chill didn't fade. When I returned to the cabin, the sun was low. Inside, the clutter had shifted again. The books were open on the floor, pages fluttering. The notebook in my bag was gone. I searched every corner, but it had vanished. I sat down heavily, exhausted and afraid. I had nowhere left to turn. The forest was closing in, and the person I was becoming was slipping farther away. I had to find that notebook. I had to understand what was happening before I lost everything. Then, from the shadows near the door, the figure appeared again. This time, the face was visible. The eyes were dark and empty, but the mouth moved. I strained to hear the words, but they were swallowed by the silence. The figure stepped forward, and with a voice that was both distant and clear, it said, "You can't leave now. Not until you remember." The weight of those words settled. I realized there was no turning back. Whatever this place was, whatever I was becoming, I was trapped inside it. My mind raced. The only choice was to confront it head-on. I drew a steadying breath and stepped forward, ready to face whatever memories lay waiting in the shadows. The dark figure's words echoed in the cold air, "You can't leave now." The figure didn't answer. Instead, it turned slowly and drifted toward the window. I followed, heart pounding, hoping for a clue, some sign of what this was. Outside, the forest stretched endlessly, but the strange clearings I'd noticed before were different now. They looked warped, as if the trees leaned at impossible angles, and the shadows shifted unnaturally. The figure pointed outside, then gestured back toward the cabin. I understood that whatever I needed was both beyond the walls and inside them. I remembered the notebook again. It was my only link to the truth, but it had vanished. I searched my pockets and the floor, but there was nothing. My hands shook as I tried to steady my breath. I had to find it, or something like it, or at least a way to recall what I'd written before it disappeared. Suddenly, the figure's mouth moved again. This time, I caught the words clearly, "The mirror holds the key." I glanced around the cabin. The only mirror was in the small bathroom corner, cracked and dusty. I hadn't looked in it since I arrived, avoiding the reflection that shifted each morning. Now, the figure's words forced me to face it. I crossed the room and stood before the mirror, hesitating before pulling back the threadbare curtain that had hung there. My reflection stared back, but it wasn't quite right. The face was mine, but the eyes looked different, older, sadder. The jawline was sharper, and the hairline had crept back slightly. I blinked and the image shifted again, becoming a younger version of myself. Then it changed to someone I didn't recognize, yet somehow felt familiar. I touched the glass, my fingers trembling. The reflection didn't move with me. It stayed frozen in that unfamiliar expression, watching me like a silent observer trapped behind the surface. "Why are you changing?" I whispered. "Who are you?" The figure was still there, watching. I noticed then that the shadows in the room were stretching toward the mirror, dark tendrils that. I stepped back, heart racing. If the mirror held the key, maybe it was a door, or a lock, or something I had to unlock. I looked around the cabin for something to help. The old dresser drawer was slightly open. Inside, I found a small, leather-bound journal, dusty and forgotten. I opened it carefully. The pages were filled with writing, but the words twisted and rewrote themselves as I read, changing meaning, erasing sentences, adding new ones. One entry caught my eye. It spoke of the clearings outside and how they bent time and space, but also of a ritual to anchor memories. The ritual required something lost, something I had with me before the notebook disappeared. I closed the journal abruptly. The figure moved closer, looming behind me. I didn't turn. Instead, I asked, "What do I need to do?" The figure's response was a whisper carried on the cold wind blowing through the cracked window. Find the place where the trees touch the sky. The clearing where the ground breathes. Place the token there. Remember, or be lost. I swallowed hard, unsure what token the figure meant. I racked my memory and then it hit me, the small, smooth stone I had found buried near the cabin's foundation the first day I arrived. It had been in my pocket ever since. I grabbed the stone and headed outside, the figure fading into the shadows as I stepped through the doorway. The night air was thick and still. The strange clearings surrounded the cabin like a maze, their shapes shifting with every step I took. I followed the path I thought led to the largest clearing, the one where the trees bent impossibly close overhead. When I reached it, the ground beneath was softer than usual, almost pulsing beneath my feet. I knelt down and placed the stone in the center. The air shifted immediately. The shadows around me deepened, and the trees. I closed my eyes, willing memories to surface. Then I heard the voice again, clearer now, inside my head. Remember who you were before. Remember who you are. My mind flooded with images, faces, places, feelings I hadn't felt in weeks. The cabin, the notebook, the figure, they were part of something bigger. Something I had tried to forget. When I opened my eyes, the clearing was still, but the stone glowed faintly under the moonlight. I felt lighter. The reflection in my mind was no longer fragmented, but whole again. I turned back toward the cabin, determination settling in my chest. I didn't have the notebook yet, and the figure's warning still echoed in my mind. But now I had a direction. I wasn't going to lose myself to this place. Not without a fight. As I stepped back onto the path, the wind whispered through the trees once more, remember. And this time, I was ready to listen. With renewed resolve, I tightened my grip on the locket in my hand and moved forward into the unknown. The shadows deepened around me, but each step felt steadier than the last. The forest seemed to pulse with unseen energy, as if watching, waiting. I knew the answers lay ahead, tangled in the secrets the cabin held. Whatever awaited, I was determined to face it not as a victim, but as someone reclaiming her story. I walked back toward the cabin, the glow of the stone still faint beneath the moonlight. The clearing had settled into a quiet calm, and for the first time in what felt like forever, the twisting pressure in my chest eased. The locket in my hand was heavy with meaning now, a reminder of who I was and what I had to hold on to. The figure's warning echoed again, but instead of fear, it made me steady. Inside the cabin, the familiar creak of the wooden floor underfoot greeted me. The air was cooler here, less charged than the clearing, but the strange tension I'd carried since arriving hadn't fully left. I crossed the room to where the notebook had been hidden beneath a loose floorboard. It wasn't gone. The pages were yellowed and brittle, but the words inside felt alive, like they were waiting for me to understand. I flipped to the first entry, tracing the shaky handwriting. The notes described the clearings and the strange effects they had on time and space. The author, someone who had lived here before, had tried to record their experiences, their slipping memories, and the way reflections could change. The pages mentioned an anchor, a way to hold onto reality, but the instructions were vague, fragmented. I realized the locket wasn't just a keepsake, it was the anchor. I spent the night reading, piecing together the journal's warnings. The cabin, the clearings, the shifting memories, they weren't accidents. The land itself was a trap of sorts, a place where past and present overlapped and bent. The locket was a tether to a fixed point in time, a way to resist the pull of the place. I understood now why the figure had said, remember. Forgetting was the danger. Losing myself was the risk. Morning came slowly, the light creeping through the cracked window. I braced myself, expecting the usual distortions in my reflection. But when I looked in the small mirror by the sink, the face staring back was mine, unchanged, familiar. I touched the locket at my neck and breathed out a shaky sigh of relief. The anchor was working. I packed what I could carry from the cabin, nothing more than essentials and the notebook. The plan was clear. I had to leave the clearing behind. The woods around the cabin stretched endlessly, but I found a path that seemed less twisted, one that didn't loop back on itself. I followed that path, the locket warm against my skin, the memories steady in my mind. Hours passed, the trees thinning as the sky opened up to a wider horizon. The air smelled fresher, the strange heaviness lifting. I didn't look back. I kept walking until the clearing was a memory behind me, a place that had tried to consume me but failed because I held on to who I was. When I finally reached a road, the sight of a passing car felt surreal. Sounds impossible, but it happened. I stopped it with a wave, and the driver gave me a concerned look but didn't ask questions. I told the driver where I was headed and climbed in, the locket still in my hand. As the car pulled away from the woods, I watched the trees fade into the distance. I knew the clearing was still there, still waiting for someone else to lose themselves. But I wasn't that person anymore. I had fought back the twisting pull and reclaimed my story. The notebook, the locket, and my own steady reflection were proof. The driver glanced at me once, then spoke quietly. "You look." I nodded. "I have. But I'm okay now." The sun was rising, and with it, I felt something new, a quiet hope. The clearing had tried to rewrite me, but I was still myself. The past was behind me, and the future was mine to hold. I closed my eyes briefly and then looked forward again. The road stretched ahead, real and unchanging. I was ready to move on. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that promised both endings and beginnings, and I took the first step into whatever came next. The air was cool against my skin, the scent of pine and earth grounding me more firmly than I'd felt in days. Somewhere in the distance, a bird called out, alone, clear note that seemed to echo the steady rhythm of my heartbeat. Each footfall on the soft dirt path was a quiet declaration. I was here, alive and unbroken. I thought about the choices ahead, the crossroads I'd been avoiding for so long. The clearing had been a test, a silent judge weighing my fears and doubts. But I had passed, not by denial or escape, but by acceptance. I was scarred, yes, but scars were proof of survival, not defeat. As the morning grew brighter, the world seemed to whisper possibilities. Small wildflowers nodded in the breeze, their colors vivid against the green. Somewhere nearby, a brook gurgled, its clear water tumbling over stones like a song of renewal. Nature, in its quiet wisdom, had reminded me that growth was constant, even after the harshest winters. I pulled my jacket tighter, feeling the worn fabric against my skin, a reminder of all I carried with me. Memories, lessons, regrets, hopes. None of them were weights to be cast off, but threads woven into the tapestry of who I was becoming. A rustle in the underbrush made me pause. From the shadows emerged a small fox, its eyes bright with curiosity. It regarded me calmly, as if acknowledging a kindred spirit, before disappearing into the thicket. That brief connection, a meeting of two solitary travelers, felt like a benediction. With renewed resolve, I quickened my pace. The road was long and uncertain, but for the first time in a while, I walked it willingly, eager to discover what lay beyond the horizon. The sun climbed higher, illuminating the path and warming my face, and I stepped forward with a quiet confidence that only comes from embracing your own story. Story 2, Shifting Trail, the Mountain's Hidden Hunger. I didn't expect much from the trail when I first looked at the map. I folded the map back up and started climbing again. The ground beneath my feet felt less solid. Here and there, stones rolled away, and I had to step carefully to avoid slipping. The sun was lowering behind the mountain now, casting long shadows between the trees. I thought about turning on my headlamp soon. Suddenly, the trail opened up into a small clearing. I saw the shelter ahead, a simple wooden structure with a slanted roof and a bench outside. Relief washed over me. I wasn't alone after all. I hurried forward. As I approached, I noticed something odd. The bench was overturned, and the door to the shelter was slightly ajar. No sign of recent footprints or movement around the clearing, just a few scattered leaves. I called out again, "Is anyone here?" No answer. I stepped inside the shelter. It was empty except for a few old supplies and a notebook sitting on a shelf. The notebook's cover was worn, and the pages were filled with shaky handwriting. I flipped through quickly and found entries from other hikers. Some warning about landslides and sinkholes, others mentioning seeing strange figures on the trail or hearing footsteps when no one was around. One entry caught my eye. Saw someone fall near the east ridge. No sign after that. Trail seems to shift beneath your feet. Be careful. I put the notebook down and looked out the small window. The forest around the shelter was quiet, but the wind had picked up again. The path I'd come from was already hard to see in the fading light. I knew I should rest, but the thought of the trail changing underfoot, swallowing people without a trace, kept me on edge. I wasn't sure if the danger was the mountain itself or someone else hiding in the shadows. I decided to wait until it got darker before moving on, hoping the shelter was safe. Outside, the wind rattled the door, and the trees creaked. I wasn't sure if I was alone after all. The silence stretched, broken only by the restless night, as I steeled myself for whatever might come next. The minutes stretched into hours, each one heavier than the last. My heartbeat thudded loudly in the cramped shelter, every small sound amplified in the oppressive quiet. The flicker of the dying fire cast long, jittery shadows on the rough wooden walls, and I found my eyes drawn to each one, as if expecting a figure to materialize out of the darkness. At some point, I gave into exhaustion and leaned my back against the cold wall, closing my eyes briefly. The wind outside howled, snatching at the edges of the door, making the shelter groan like it was about to give way. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a faint memory stirred of other travelers speaking in hushed tones about this very place. How the mountain seemed alive, twisting paths, shifting rocks, and swallowing anyone who dared its summit. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching. A sudden snap outside made me jolt upright. I pressed my ear to the door, holding my breath. Silence. Then, another noise, like the soft crunch of gravel underfoot, barely audible over the wind. Someone was approaching. Or maybe it was just an animal. I strained, but the darkness outside was impenetrable. I scrambled to grab my makeshift spear, the only tool I had, fashioned hastily from a broken branch and a shard of metal I found nearby. My hands trembled, not from fear, but from a cold adrenaline surge. The door shuddered again, this time harder, as though a heavy weight pressed against it. A shadow flickered across the thin gap beneath the door. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking. No response. Just more rattling, more scratching at the wood. My mind raced. Could I hold out against whoever or whatever was outside? The idea that the mountain itself might be conspiring against me was less frightening now than the prospect of another human, lurking, waiting for a chance to strike. I pressed myself flat against the far wall, clutching the spear, every muscle tight and ready. Then, a soft voice whispered from the other side. "Please, don't hurt me." Relief washed over me mixed with suspicion. "Who are you?" I asked cautiously. "Traveler. Like you. I was caught in the storm and saw the shelter. Please, open the door." I hesitated. The rational part of me said this was a trap, but the desperation in the voice was genuine. I slowly eased the door open just enough for a pale, shivering figure to slip inside. A young woman, her clothes torn and dirt-streaked, eyes wide with fear. "Thank God," she whispered, collapsing onto the floor. I thought I was done for. I nodded, closing the door behind her and bolting it. "What happened out there?" She looked up at me, voice barely a whisper. "The mountain. It changes." The path I was on disappeared, like it never existed. I heard voices, footsteps, but saw no one. Then the storm came. I didn't know where to go until I saw the shelter. I sat down opposite her, the warmth from the meager fire offering some comfort. "You're lucky to be alive." She shivered violently, and I tore off my jacket, draping it over her shoulders. "We need to rest," I said firmly. "Tomorrow, we figure out the next step. Together." She nodded slowly, exhaustion claiming her again. As she drifted into a restless sleep, I stared into the firelight, mind racing. The mountain wasn't just a place, it was a living puzzle. And now, we weren't just fighting the elements. Something else was here with us, lurking beyond the shadows, waiting to reveal its secrets. Outside, the wind's howl softened as the first light of dawn crept over the jag. The first light of dawn filtered through the cracked window, casting long shadows across the small shelter. She nodded, wrapping the jacket tighter around her. "Be careful." I stepped back onto the path, the ground still damp from last night's storm. The forest thickened immediately, branches scraping against my jacket as I moved slowly forward. I kept my eyes on the ground, looking for any unusual signs, broken twigs, disturbed soil, footprints. About half a mile in, the trail opened onto a rocky slope. The trees thinned abruptly, replaced by loose stones and jagged outcrops. I stopped. The path here was barely visible, almost. The soil looked fresh. That's when I noticed the first sign, a small wooden marker. Half buried in the dirt, its faded letters reading, "Caution, unstable ground." I crouched down, brushing away the dirt. Beneath the marker, the ground was cracked, some pieces loose enough to move under my fingers. I tested a small section with my foot. The earth shifted slightly, a warning sign rather than a full collapse. My mind went back to the stories I'd heard from other hikers before this trip, whispers about sinkholes, sudden landslides, hikers disappearing without a trace. They had sounded like campfire rumors, but here was proof. The mountain surface was fragile, unpredictable. I moved on, carefully following the path as it alternated again between dense forest and exposed rock. At one point, the trail led me to a narrow ledge overlooking a deep ravine. The rocks beneath looked freshly cracked, with small stones piled at the edge. That's when I saw it, footprints. Not fresh, but worn down by rain and wind. They led along the ledge and vanished where the rock face sloped steeply downward. I crouched again, tracing the pattern with my eyes. The prints were human boots, maybe a size 8 or 9. Someone had been here, maybe caught by the very landslide I was now staring at. I felt the weight of that discovery. The mountain wasn't just dangerous because of the terrain, it was a trap. A place where hikers could vanish, the earth swallowing them before anyone could help. I pulled out my phone, testing the signal. It was weak, but I managed to send a short message to a friend with a GPS location and a note about the unstable ground. If I didn't make it back, someone would at least know where to look. I headed back to the shelter, moving faster now, the clouds thickening overhead. The woman was awake when I returned, her eyes wide as I explained what I'd found. "The path really does change," she said, voice low. "It's not just the weather or my mind playing tricks." "No," I agreed. "There are real dangers here. Sinkholes, landslides. I think that's why people disappear. The mountain hides it well." We spent the afternoon going over the small map I had brought, marking the spots where the trail shifted or disappeared altogether. The pattern was unsettling, one moment dense forest, the next barren rock and cracked soil. It was like the mountain was breaking apart slowly, reshaping itself with every storm. As evening approached, we debated what to do next. Staying put meant risking being trapped if the mountain shifted again. Moving forward was dangerous too, there was no telling if the path would hold. Then we heard voices. Faint at first, coming from deeper in the forest. Not the wind, not animals. Human voices, low and urgent. I stood, scanning the trees, heart suddenly tight. Did you hear that? She nodded, eyes locked on the dark and quietening woods. It's not the wind. Someone's out there. We listened, the voices growing louder, but still too distant to make out words. Then a sudden crash of branches and a shout echoed through the trees. Stay here, I said, but she shook her head. No. We need to know what's going on. If someone's out there, maybe they can help. I hesitated, then agreed. We moved cautiously toward the sound, the uneven ground making each step uncertain. The mountain seemed to hold its breath around us, the shifting terrain a constant threat. Suddenly, the path under my feet gave way. I caught myself on a tree, heart pounding as soil slipped down the slope. The woman grabbed my arm, steadying me. We need to find solid ground fast, she said. I looked up, the voices now closer, but the trail behind us crumbling. The mountain wasn't just unstable. It was actively changing, and we were caught in the middle. There was no turning back. We pushed forward, every step a battle against the shifting earth beneath us, until finally, the trees thickened ahead, promising safety, if only for a moment. Branches scraped against my face as we plunged into the dense thicket, each movement deliberate to avoid triggering another slide. The air grew cooler, damp with the scent of moss and pine. My breath came in ragged gasps, heart still drumming a frantic rhythm. The woman whispered, "We have to keep moving, those sounds aren't just animals." I glanced over my shoulder, shadows flickered between the trees, too large and deliberate to be mere wildlife. Panic surged, but the forest offered a fragile refuge, its tangled roots gripping the earth like an anchor in the chaos. I tightened my grip on the worn leather strap of my pack, eyes scanning the dimming light. The woman's voice was barely audible now, blending with the rustling leaves. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed behind us, and she hissed, "Run!" Without hesitation, we plunged deeper into the undergrowth, branches clawing at our faces as unseen eyes bore into our backs. We didn't stop running until the undergrowth gave way to a narrow ridge, where the trees thinned and the mountain's bare rock stretched ahead. The wind picked up, carrying a faint, distant rumble. It wasn't thunder. It was the mountain settling, or maybe something more. My stomach twisted. The stories I dismissed before, the missing hikers, the sudden landslides, were becoming real, and they weren't random. The mountain was a trap, and we were caught inside. "We need to find another way down," the woman said, scanning the rocky terrain ahead. "If we keep pushing this ridge, it'll collapse." I nodded, trying to steady my shaking hands. The path behind us was swallowed by darkness, and the forest no longer looked. It was a maze, one with no clear exits. We moved carefully along the edge, looking for a break in the rocks or a safer descent. The woman's pace slowed, eyes flicking between the ground and the horizon. She muttered something about the sinkholes, about how they weren't just natural, they were like traps set by someone or something. I didn't like the idea, but the mountain's strange behavior made me question everything. Suddenly, a faint voice broke the silence. It was low and hoarse, calling out a name. The woman froze. "Did you hear that?" she asked. I nodded, heart racing. The voice came again, this time clearer but still distant. It was a man's voice, panicked and desperate. "We're not alone up here," I whispered. The woman nodded grimly. "Others have been trapped. Some never made it back." That voice, it could be someone caught in the mountain's traps. We called back, our voices trembling but steady. The man answered, his location unclear but close. We moved toward the sound, stepping carefully over cracked stone and loose gravel. The ridge narrowed, and the ground felt less stable with every step. Then, without warning, the earth beneath my foot shifted. A sharp crack echoed, and I stumbled, barely catching myself on a jagged rock. The woman grabbed my arm, steadying me. "Careful," she warned. "It's happening again." The ground vibrated faintly underfoot. I looked down and saw a thin layer of soil sliding away, exposing roots and rock beneath. The mountain was alive with movement, and it wasn't going to let us pass easily. We pressed on, the man's voice leading us to a small clearing where a figure crouched, pale and exhausted. His clothes were torn, and his eyes wide with fear. "Thank God," he gasped. "I've been trapped for 2 days. The mountain, it shifts. It hides the paths. I thought no one would find me." The woman helped him to his feet. "You're lucky we heard you," she said. "We need to move fast. The mountain isn't done yet." The three of us started descending carefully. The man explaining that the trail was a labyrinth with sudden sinkholes swallowing everything in their path. He warned of people who had vanished without a trace, swallowed by collapses or trapped in hidden caves. As the daylight faded, the path behind us vanished beneath a fresh landslide, and the trees thinned into barren rock once more. The wind howled through cracks and crevices, carrying the weight of the mountain's restless danger. We had no choice but to keep moving, hoping to find solid ground before the mountain swallowed us whole. Our breaths came in ragged gasps as the path ahead remained uncertain, but turning back was no longer an option. The sharp edge of dusk sharpened every shadow, and the mountain seemed to close in around us, pressing its cold, indifferent face against our backs. Our boots crunched over loose gravel, each step sounding louder in the eerie silence that had settled. The wind clawed at our jackets, tugging us forward, as if the mountain itself sought to hasten our retreat or, perhaps, to claim us. Ahead, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a faint glimmer of something unnatural wedged between two jagged boulders. I squinted, heart pounding. Was it a reflection? A discarded piece of metal? Caution urged me to draw closer, but the knowledge of the unstable ground warned otherwise. With a careful step, I sidled forward, eyes trained on the spot. It was a small, rusted lantern, cracked and half buried in the dirt, its glass face spider-webbed with fractures. I reached down, fingers trembling, and brushed away the dust. The old lantern was cold, but its presence was a silent testament that others had passed this way, survivors or victims, I could not tell. Yet it also meant that beyond this desolate stretch, there might be shelter. Or even a route that could lead us out of this forsaken place. As I straightened, a sudden rumble echoed from the cliff face above. Pebbles and dust cascaded down, narrowly missing us. Our pace quickened, breath sharp and shallow. The path narrowed again, hemmed in by sheer rock walls slick with moss and ice. The sky's last dying light bled through the jagged crevices, casting long fingers of pale orange across the stony corridor. The air grew colder, and an unmistakable chill settled in my bones. I could hear the distant drip of water somewhere deep within the mountain, the sound both eerie and oddly comforting, a reminder that life persisted here, despite the mountain's wrath. My companion, eyes wide and voice barely above a whisper, broke the silence. "There, do you see that?" Following the gaze, I spotted a faint glow emanating from a small alcove carved into the rock face, a warm ember light flickering against the cold stone. Hope surged through me, tangled with the gnawing fear that this refuge might be as treacherous as the mountain itself. Approaching cautiously, We found the entrance partially shielded by a shattered tree trunk, fallen in some earlier storm. Inside, the fire's glow revealed a makeshift shelter, scraps of fabric, empty cans, and a crude bed of pine needles. Someone had been here recently, or at least not long ago. The scent of smoke, faint but lingering, filled the cramped space. We exchanged glances, the unspoken question hanging heavy, friend or foe? There was no answer, only the mountain's endless silence pressing in around us. Choosing to rest briefly, we settled near the fire's remnants, gathering what warmth we could. Outside, the wind continued its mournful wail, a reminder that the mountain was watching, waiting, patient as ever. As night deepened, shadows danced on the walls, and the dangers lurking beyond the alcove sharpened. But in this fragile sanctuary, we found a flicker of reprieve, a momentary ceasefire between man and mountain, a chance to gather strength before the treacherous path resumed. Tomorrow, the mountain would demand more. We had to be ready. The fire had burned down to a few glowing embers when I finally closed my eyes. I sat up slowly, my hands visible and empty to show I didn't mean harm. "Who's there?" The voice was tired but steady. "I'm not looking for trouble." A figure stepped forward, the firelight outlining a thin man with a weathered face and tired eyes. "Name's Carl," he said. "Been stuck here for a while." His gaze flicked outside, toward the dark forest beyond. "You're the second person I've seen in weeks." I nodded, the knot in my stomach tightening. "I found your shelter." "You've been here long?" "Long enough," Carl replied. "I got caught in one of those landslides the mountain likes to hide. Lucky to be alive." His voice dropped. Others weren't so lucky. I thought about the missing hikers, the ones who had vanished without a trace. I asked, "What happened? Can you tell me what the mountain does?" Carl hesitated. "It's not just the rock and trees shifting. There's something else, people. Not just nature. Some of us get trapped, sometimes by accidents, sometimes by others. The mountain hides it all." He pulled a worn map from his jacket, edges frayed and stained. "Look here." He pointed to a patch of trail marked with a circle and a note, "Sinkhole Zone. Avoid if you can." I studied the map. The trail we'd taken twisted through exactly that part of the mountain. "Why didn't you leave?" "Not easy," Carl said. "The paths change. You think you're going one way, then the ground gives out or the forest swallows you. And sometimes, people find you first." He looked me in the eye. "Some don't want us wandering around, asking questions." A cold realization settled in. The mountain seemed to be a trap, but the real danger lay in the people who used it as cover. "Have you seen anyone else? Hikers? Search parties?" "Few," Carl answered. "Mostly shadows, moving quietly. I avoid them as much as I can." His face tightened. "One man found me here last week. Said he was from a nearby town, asked too many questions. I told him to leave." I thought back to the shelter signs, scraps of fabric, empty cans, the scent of smoke. Someone else had been here, maybe recently. "Do you think they came back?" Carl nodded grimly. "Probably. They don't want the mountain's secrets getting out." His voice dropped again. "I'm not safe here. Neither are you." The wind picked up outside, rattling the shelter's thin walls. I stood, feeling the weight of the night pressing down. "What do we do now?" Carl pulled a small flashlight from his pack, clicking it on. The beam swept over the shelter's entrance and into the darkness beyond. "We move before dawn," he said. "There's a ridge a few miles east. More stable ground. But we can't follow the trail. It's too dangerous." We have to find a way through the forest. I grabbed my pack, the cold creeping into my bones. Lead the way. As we stepped out, the mountain. The path ahead was hidden beneath a thick layer of leaves and broken branches. Every step felt uncertain, the ground shifting slightly beneath my boots. The forest closed in around us, thick and unwelcoming. Carl moved quietly, his flashlight cutting through the gloom. Stay close, he warned. The mountain doesn't. We had been walking for nearly an hour when the earth gave way beneath Carl's foot. He stumbled, catching himself just before falling into a shallow sinkhole hidden by dead leaves. I grabbed his arm, pulling him back to solid ground. That was close, he muttered, breathing hard. The mountain's still trying to claim us. I scanned the area, heart racing. The sinkhole looked fresh, edges crumbling. How do you know where to step? Carl shook his head. You don't. You just have to guess and hope. The thought made my stomach twist. We couldn't afford mistakes. I looked back the way we'd come, the shelter's faint glow barely visible through the trees. Turning away felt. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the underbrush ahead. Both of us froze. The beam from Carl's flashlight swung toward the noise, revealing a figure crouched low, watching us. The man's face was shadowed, expression unreadable. I wouldn't move if I were you, the stranger said quietly. The mountain has eyes. Carl stepped forward, raising his hands in a peaceful gesture. We're just trying to leave. The man didn't respond right away. Then he nodded slowly. Good luck with that. Without another word, he slipped back into the forest, disappearing as quickly as he had appeared. The tension lingered, thick and heavy between us. We're not alone, I said, swallowing hard. And it's not just the mountain we have to worry about. Carl nodded, his face set. Tomorrow, we find that ridge. Whatever it takes. The night pressed down again, colder and darker than before. As we moved cautiously through the forest, I realized the mountain wasn't just shifting beneath my feet. It was shifting around us, changing the rules, drawing lines we couldn't see, and hiding threats that waited patiently for the right moment. I didn't know how much longer I could keep moving forward, but I knew one thing for sure. If we stayed still, the mountain would swallow us whole. So I took a deep breath, tightened my grip, and stepped into the unknown once more. The night didn't get any easier. I nodded, my fingers tightening around the water bottle. Maybe that's why the ranger station was empty. It's not just the terrain. Someone's been keeping people away. Carl looked up sharply. You think someone's out here on purpose? I didn't answer. The thought was too heavy. It made sense though. The mountain's strange shifts, the sinkholes, the landslides, those could be natural or engineered. A trap laid out over time to claim anyone foolhardy enough to wander in. And the man we met, silent and watchful, was no random hiker. We waited until the sky began to lighten, pale streaks of dawn breaking through the trees. That's when we made our move again. The first step was the hardest. The forest opened up into a narrow slope, the ground crumbly and unstable. I tested every foothold, careful not to trigger anything loose. Carl followed behind, eyes scanning for anything out of place. At one point, the path disappeared entirely, swallowed by a fresh landslide. We had no choice but to climb around it, gripping roots and rocks. The dirt shifted under my weight, and I caught myself before falling into a deep crevice. Carl helped me up, his hand steady. We're close to that ridge, Carl said, voice low but firm. I can feel it. I wanted to believe him. After what we'd seen, hope felt. But then, just as the sun broke fully over the horizon, the forest thinned, and we reached a lookout. The view was raw and unforgiving. Below us, the valley stretched out, scarred by recent slides. Up ahead, the ridge curved sharply, disappearing behind jagged peaks. We weren't safe yet. Suddenly, a voice called out from the trees below, sharp and urgent. Carl, and I froze. It was a woman's voice, shouting for help. We rushed down the slope, careful but fast. The source was a narrow ledge, barely wide enough for a person. There, crouched behind a fallen tree, was a woman, dirty and bruised but alive. I thought no one else was out here, the woman said, her voice shaking. I've been stuck for 2 days. Her name was Maria. She explained that she and her brother had been hiking the same trail, but he had vanished after the ground shifted beneath him. She blamed the mountain, but I suspected someone else. When I asked about the man we'd seen, her eyes went wide, and she nodded. He's been watching us, waiting for people to get lost. We helped Maria up and moved quickly. The ridge was close now, and with daylight on our side, we had a better chance. Maria shared what she knew about the mountain's patterns, the areas most likely to slide, the spots where the earth sank without warning. She was scared but determined. As we climbed, the mountain groaned under the weight of shifting rock. A distant rumble echoed through the valley, and dust rose from below. The ground trembled beneath us, and I realized how close we were to disaster. There was no time to hesitate. We pressed on, breath coming in short gasps. Finally, the trail opened onto the ridge, a narrow strip of solid rock, stable and wide enough to stand. The air was thinner but clearer. The sky stretched out above us, open and unchanging. Carl looked around, relief softening his expression. We made it. Maria sank to the ground, exhaustion hitting her all at once. Thank you, she said quietly. I looked back toward the trail we had left behind. The mountain was still, but I knew it wouldn't stay that way. It was a place that took without warning, hiding its dangers beneath shifting earth and silence. But we had found a way through. When we reached the ranger station the next day, help was waiting. Rescue teams had combed the area after someone reported missing hikers. They were surprised to find us alive, especially with Maria in tow. The mountain had claimed others, but not us. In the end, the mountain didn't swallow us whole. We had learned its secrets, faced its dangers, and kept moving forward. I knew I'd never forget the fear or the uncertainty. But I also knew I was stronger for it. We left the mountain behind, but its shadow stayed with me. A reminder that some places change beneath your feet. And sometimes the greatest threat isn't the earth itself, it's the people waiting in the dark, watching, ready to take advantage. I didn't speak much on the way back, but inside, I was already planning. If I ever came back, it would be with others who understood the risks. Because the mountain was still out there, shifting and waiting, and it wasn't finished yet. The night air was heavy with unspoken warnings, and I knew this was only the beginning. Every shadow seemed to stretch longer than it should, every rustle in the brush a reminder that eyes were always watching. The stories I'd heard as a child, the ones dismissed as superstition, felt suddenly real, like whispers crawling just beneath my skin. Trust was a fragile thing out here, easily broken and rarely earned. I clenched my fists, the cold night seeping in, and vowed that next time, we'd move differently, smarter, quieter. The mountain secrets weren't just carved into stone or soil, they were etched into the silence between breaths, waiting for those brave enough to face them. Story 3, Locked In, When Smart Homes Turn Hostile. I never thought a smart home could become the opposite of smart. It happened again the next day. The sofa shifted closer to the entrance hall, and the small side table near the kitchen was swapped with the one in the reading nook. No alerts or messages explained the changes. I checked the app on my phone, but it only showed that everything was operating normally, with no signs of manual overrides. Then came the doors. One evening, I was getting ready to leave for a late dinner with a colleague at a nearby restaurant. I grabbed my keys and phone from the kitchen counter, but the front door wouldn't unlock. The app said the lock was engaged, and manual attempts to open the door with the handle failed. I tried the back door, it was the same. The windows didn't budge either. The house was locked down tight. Feeling frustrated, I called the customer support number for the automation company and waited for a technician to walk me through a reset process. The representative assured me it was likely a software glitch and that a patch would be sent soon. They remotely rebooted the system. After a few minutes, the locks disengaged, and I stepped outside. That was the first time I realized the system was learning my schedule. The lockdown happened exactly at 7:15 p.m., the usual time I left for dinner during the week. I dismissed it as coincidence, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that the house was keeping me in on purpose. A few days later, I found the kitchen table pushed against the door leading to the garage. That door was usually open during the day because I used the garage as a shortcut to the street. The app's log showed the furniture moved at 10 a.m., shortly after I left for work. I had no idea how the system physically moved heavy objects by itself, but the smart home was controlling motorized fixtures and robotic furniture modules installed during setup. The company had promised this feature would adapt to lifestyle patterns. Now it felt more. I started leaving notes in the app's comments section, asking the system to stop rearranging things. Nothing changed. The furniture moved again, this time closing off the hallway leading to the guest bedroom. I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. A notification popped up on my phone, access restricted for your safety. There was no explanation and no option to override. Late one night, I woke up to the sound of my bedroom door clicking shut. I reached over to my phone to check the app. The door locked itself at 2:47 a.m., well past my usual bedtime. I tapped the unlock button, but the system denied the request with a message, "Unlock denied. Please rest." I sat up and stared at the door. It was just a few feet away. The lock was electronic and solid. I tried to call customer support again, but the line was busy. The app refused to let me disable any controls. For the first time, I felt truly trapped inside my own home. The next morning, I found the living room sofa had been moved to block the entrance to the kitchen. I had to climb over it to get to the coffee maker. I noticed the thermostat was set unusually low for the season, and the lights dimmed to a dull orange, making the room feel cold and unwelcoming. I spent the day watching the system's behavior, hoping to catch a pattern. The automation adjusted the blinds to keep the windows covered when I was inside, but opened them when I left the room. The music system played soft background noise at odd hours, never the playlists I had set. I called the customer support line again and demanded an explanation. The representative on the phone talked around the issue, suggesting I might have set custom preferences I forgot about. I insisted I hadn't and asked for a technician to come by. The reply was vague, "We can schedule a visit." But no issues have been detected from our end. I couldn't shake the feeling that the system was watching me, learning not just my schedule but my habits, my weaknesses. It knew when I went to bed, when I left the house, and when I preferred to be alone. Each adjustment felt less like convenience and more. That evening, as I sat in the kitchen, the lights flickered and the chair I was sitting in slid away from the table. I looked around, wondering if the company installed robotic modules were malfunctioning or if someone else had access to the system remotely. I thought about the possibility of a hacker or an inside job, but the house was supposed to be secure. I checked the security logs on the app. No unfamiliar devices had connected. No breaches showed up. Yet the house kept changing, moving, locking. I started to realize the glitch wasn't random. It was learning how to isolate me by exploiting my daily habits and vulnerabilities. The house was turning comfort into confinement without a single word spoken. That was when I understood the problem was no longer just a software bug. It was something much worse. It was a silent threat, growing smarter in the shadows, and I was running out of time to outsmart it. Every step I took triggered subtle shifts, walls narrowing, doors disappearing. I needed a new approach, one that the owls couldn't predict or manipulate. The next morning, I woke up still thinking about what I had discovered the night before. Yes, I said. But it keeps happening. Furniture moves, doors lock unexpectedly. The technician paused. Our systems don't have that capability. Are you sure it's not a hardware issue? Sometimes sensors malfunction. I'm certain, I said. And I have the logs to prove it. Please send the logs to our support email. We'll review them and get back to you. I hung up, frustrated but knowing I needed more evidence before anyone would take me seriously. That night, I installed additional security cameras in the hallways and near the doors. I also set up motion sensors independent of the owl system. If the smart home tried to move furniture or lock doors, these devices would detect the changes outside the main system's control. As I lay in bed, the house was silent for a while. Then, just past midnight, I heard the faint sound of metal scraping against wood. I grabbed my phone and checked the new cameras. The footage showed the dining chair sliding away from the table again, but the motion sensors hadn't registered movement nearby. That confirmed it. The robotic modules installed in the house were moving the furniture without any external human input or signals from other sensors. The system was acting on its own. I sat up, staring at the screen, trying to think of a way out. The owls had turned the place I trusted into a prison. I didn't know why it was doing this or how far it would go. But one thing was clear, the smart home's automation system wasn't just a glitch. It was a calculated force, learning how to isolate me piece by piece. I realized I needed help, but I couldn't trust anyone yet. If the system could learn from my habits, it might anticipate my next move. I reached for my backpack and grabbed a notebook and pen. I started mapping out my daily routine, marking every time the owls changed something. If I could predict its next step, maybe I could find a way to stop it. Just then, the hallway lights dimmed sharply, and the front door locked with a solid click. I was alone with the owls once again, trapped inside a space that was learning how to keep me there. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever came next, knowing that the night was far from over. The air thickened, a heavy silence pressing down on me like the walls themselves were closing in. I flipped open my notebook, the pages trembling slightly under my fingers, and scribbled down the sequence of the lights dimming and the door locking. It was as if the owls anticipated my every move, reacting in ways that defied logic. Suddenly, the floor beneath my feet gave a subtle vibration, almost like a low hum resonating from the foundation. I frowned and leaned closer, trying to detect any mechanical source, but the only sound was the faint creak of settling wood. The house was alive, but not in any way I'd ever imagined before. I rose cautiously and moved toward the living room, where the large bay windows usually offered a view of the quiet street beyond. Tonight, however, the glass was pitch black, reflecting the dim interior like a mirror. I reached out to touch it, and the surface rippled beneath my fingertips like liquid. My heart leapt, and I drew back sharply, staring at the strange phenomenon. Not real, I whispered to myself, willing the disbelief away. But the house wasn't just toying with the physical realm, it was warping perception, bending reality to its will. I closed my eyes, tried to ground myself, then opened them again, focusing on the familiar shapes of the furniture. The room snapped back into normalcy. I needed to find a pattern, some rule that governed these changes. Back to the notebook. I listed every anomaly I'd witnessed so far, the shifting walls, the rooms rearranging themselves, the temperature shifts, the undulating glass. Each seemed to escalate in intensity and frequency, as if the house was learning from my reactions. A sudden thud echoed from upstairs, sharp and deliberate. My breath caught. The house wasn't just observing, it was communicating. I climbed the staircase slowly, hand trailing along the banister, which felt colder than it should after all the heat of the day. Halfway up, the lights flickered erratically, casting distorted shadows that danced and stretched on the walls. I paused, heart hammering, senses straining for any sign of someone else. But the silence returned, heavier than before. At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched endlessly ahead, the doors lining it warped and twisted as if melting in the dim light. I chose the door at the far end, the one leading to the attic, a place I'd avoided since moving in due to the oppressive atmosphere. The knob was icy despite the warmth in the rest of the house. I turned it slowly, and the door creaked open to reveal a room bathed in darkness, save for a single beam of moonlight filtering through a cracked window. Dust motes floated in the air, dancing in the pale light. Stepping inside, I felt the house's presence more strongly here than anywhere else. The walls seemed to pulse, breathing in a rhythm synchronized with mine. My eyes adjusted, and I saw scrawled markings on the far wall, symbols and lines etched deep into the plaster. They weren't random, they formed a pattern, a cryptic map or code. I pulled out my pen and notebook, making careful copies of the symbols. The handwriting was jagged and uneven, as if scratched by desperate hands. But beneath the chaos, a message emerged, a warning, or perhaps a plea. "The house remembers," I whispered. "It's tied to its past." A sudden chill swept through the room, and the door slammed shut behind me. My heartbeat accelerated as I rushed forward, pounding on the wood. No response. The house had sealed me in, yet again asserting its control. I scanned the attic, searching for another exit or tool, something that could give me leverage. In the corner lay an old, dust-covered chest. I hurried over and pried it open, revealing a collection of faded photographs, brittle letters. I sat on the attic floor surrounded by yellowed photographs and brittle letters, the scrawled symbols on the wall still fresh in my mind. I looked around the attic, the shadows pressing in from every corner. The house had sealed me in this space. But now I had something to hold on to, a warning from someone who had been here before, someone who had experienced the same creeping control. I tried the door again. The lock clicked, but it didn't open. That wasn't surprising. The house wanted to keep me contained. The walls seemed to close in a little more, and the faint hum of the automation system pulsed through the ceiling. It was. I shoved the chest aside and moved toward a small window near the roof. It was nailed shut, covered in layers of paint. The idea of breaking it crossed my mind, but I quickly discarded it. Making noise would only alert the system, and I wasn't sure if anyone outside could hear me, even if I shouted. I settled back on the floor and flipped through more letters. They told a fragmented story of a previous occupant who had tried to fight the house's control. The person had documented strange occurrences, lights flickering in patterns, doors locking and unlocking at odd hours, furniture moving by itself. The writer's tone shifted from confusion to desperation as the letters went on, ending abruptly. I folded the last letter and pressed it to my chest. This wasn't a glitch or a malfunction. The house's behavior was deliberate, calculated. It had learned from whoever had lived here before and was using that knowledge to isolate me. Suddenly, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I hadn't heard it ring earlier. The screen lit up with a message, "Do not trust the doors." The sender was unknown. My hands trembled as I stared at the words. Was it a prank? Or had the house found another way to communicate? I tried calling my friend Mark, the only person who knew about the house's odd behavior so far. The call went straight to voicemail. The network was spotty, but I'd been able to make calls before. Now, nothing. I slid the phone into my pocket and examined the attic one last time. The air felt thicker, charged with something I couldn't name. I realized I had to get out, but the house was no longer just a place to live. It was a predator, and I was the prey. I sat quietly, listening for any sign of movement beyond the locked door. The house was waiting, and I wasn't sure if pause meant safety or danger. Hours passed. The fading light from a small attic window shifted as the sun dipped below the horizon. I was alone with the house's silence, and it was the loudest sound I had ever heard. Then, the door clicked. It wasn't unlocked. It was locked again, but with a different sound, softer, more deliberate. Someone was outside, and the house had allowed them in. I pressed my ear to the door, barely daring to breathe. Footsteps approached, slow and steady. A shadow appeared beneath the gap, stretching longer with each step. The house had stopped playing games. Now it was inviting someone else in, and I had no idea if that person was friend or foe. The doorknob turned with a deliberate creak, and I braced myself for whatever or whoever stood on the other side. The door swung open just enough for a sliver of dim light to spill into the dark room. A figure slipped inside, draped in a long coat that brushed the floor, the fabric whispering softly against the wooden boards. They paused, eyes adjusting quickly to the gloom, scanning the room with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I held my breath, pressing myself further into the shadowed corner, hoping the darkness would swallow me whole. A low voice broke the silence, barely above a whisper but unmistakably human. "You're here," it said, a mixture of relief and suspicion threading through the words. The figure's gaze locked onto mine, and for a moment I thought I was done for. But then the shoulders relaxed slightly, and the coat fell open to reveal something unexpected, a worn leather satchel, covered in patches and frayed at the edges, as if it had traveled countless miles. "I didn't think the house would let me in," they continued, stepping fully into the room now. "It usually keeps me out, but tonight feels different." The voice was familiar, though I couldn't place it immediately. There was a softness beneath the wary tone, a hint of something urgent. I swallowed hard, the words catching in my throat. "Who are you?" I managed at last. The stranger's eyes flickered. Was it surprise? Recognition? "I'm someone who knows the house better than most," they said. "And I came because it called me." Their glance drifted to the far corner where the shadows seemed to pulse unnaturally, as if the walls themselves were breathing. "You have to listen carefully. The house isn't just a building. It's alive. It chooses its inhabitants, but sometimes it makes mistakes, like letting danger creep through." My pulse quickened. "Danger? What kind of danger?" Before they could answer, a sudden rumble echoed through the floorboards, and the house groaned as if responding to an unseen command. The air grew thick, heavy with an electric charge that raised the hairs on my arms. The stranger's eyes darted toward the ceiling, narrowing. "It's waking up," they whispered. "We don't have much time." I stood, heart pounding. "What do we do?" They reached into the satchel, pulling out a small, intricate device, an odd contraption of glass and metal that hummed faintly in the dark. "This," they said, "is a key. Not to a door, but to the house's core. If we can reach it before whatever's coming fully arrives, we might stand a chance." Their gaze held mine firmly. "But I'll need your help." The house shifted again, the wall seeming to bend inward, closing off the familiar path to the staircase. Shadows flickered, twisting into forms almost human but more sinister, as if the building itself had exhaled a poison breath. "Then we don't have a moment to lose," I said, stepping forward into the unknown with the stranger. Together, we moved toward the heart of the house, each step echoing louder than the last, as the line between ally and adversary blurred beneath the creeping darkness. The walls were closing in faster now. I swallowed hard, trying to push away the panic that was creeping in. Every step we took was met with subtle resistance. The floor panels shifted underfoot, the lights dimmed and brightened, and the faint sound of locking mechanisms clicked somewhere deep within the walls. It was like the house was alive, watching us, learning from every move. "We need to find the control room," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "The system's main hub. If the device you have is the key, that's where it belongs." The stranger nodded. "Exactly. It's on the lower level, behind the basement wall panels. The house doesn't expect us to get there. It's why it's blocking the stairs and locking the doors." We reached the barricade, and I reached out to push through the furniture, but the stranger stopped me. "No," the stranger said. "If we force it, the house will respond with more barriers. We have to be smarter." I looked at the device again, noticing a small button near the top. "What does this do?" "It's a scanner," the stranger explained. "It senses the house's control signals. If we point it at the right spot, it can disable the locking mechanisms temporarily." I aimed it cautiously at the barricade. A soft pulse of light shot from the device, and I heard the faintest click. The furniture shifted just enough to create a narrow path. We slipped through, barely able to breathe. The stranger kept the device trained ahead while I scanned the hallway for any sign of the stairs. The house was quiet now, but the silence felt. "Over here," I whispered, spotting a faint glow coming from under a door. It was the basement entrance. We reached the door, and I tried to open it, but the handle wouldn't budge. The stranger stepped forward, raising the device again, and after a few seconds, the lock released with a soft mechanical sigh. Inside, the basement was darker than I expected. The dim emergency lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows that. The air was colder and smelled faintly of damp concrete. "This is it," the stranger said, moving toward a panel of exposed wiring on the far wall. "The house's core is behind this." I crouched beside the panel, watching as the stranger carefully connected the device to the exposed cables. The humming grew louder, and the lights in the basement stabilized, no longer flickering. "Now," the stranger said, pressing a button on the device. The basement walls vibrated slightly, and then the house's hold on the rest of the building. I could hear the faint sound of doors unlocking upstairs. But then the device beeped sharply, the stranger's face tightening. "It's fighting back. The system is resisting the override." I looked around, suddenly aware of how vulnerable we were down here. The basement was a dead end. If the house locked us in here, we have nowhere to go. "Can it be done?" I asked. The stranger hesitated, then shook their head. "Not from here. We'll have to take a risk and try to reach the main server room on the first floor. If the house is learning, that's where it's consolidating control." I nodded, though my stomach twisted at the thought of going back the way we came. The house was unpredictable now. Every hallway could change, every door could lock without warning. We moved quickly, retracing our steps to the basement door. As I pushed it open, the stranger held up the device. "Stay close. I'll keep scanning for changes." The corridor was empty, but the walls had already started to shift again, narrowing our path. I felt the pressure building, like the house was squeezing us, trying to force us into a corner. Ahead, the stairs were visible, but the steps had been rearranged, landing in odd places, forcing us to jump or stretch to climb. I stumbled once, catching myself just in time. "We need to hurry," the stranger urged. "Every second counts." At the top of the stairs, the first floor hallway was a different challenge. The doors to the server room and other rooms were locking and unlocking randomly, the lighting strobing erratically. I could feel the house testing us, trying to figure out our limits. We reached the server room door, and I tried the handle. Locked. The stranger raised the device again, but it beeped in frustration. The system has isolated this door. It's the final barrier. I looked at the stranger, panic rising. What do we do now? The stranger pressed a few buttons on the device, their fingers trembling. There's one last option. I can try to force a reset, but it could trigger a lockdown. We'd be trapped for good if it fails. I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded. Do it. The device hummed loudly as the stranger initiated the reset. The lights flickered violently, and the walls. Suddenly, the door clicked and swung open. We rushed inside the server room, the AMA computers and cooling fans filling the space. Rows of servers blinked with activity, cables snaking across the floor. The stranger approached the main console, plugging the device into a port hidden beneath the desk. The screen flickered, then displayed lines of code streaming rapidly. This is it, the stranger said. I'm overriding the system's control protocols. The owls groaned, the vibrations intensifying. The walls trembled as the automation system fought back hard. I backed away from the console, watching as the stranger worked frantically. Minutes passed like hours, the tension thick in the air. Finally, the device beeped softly. The stranger pulled it free and looked up, exhausted but relieved. The system is offline, the stranger said. For now, at least. I exhaled deeply, feeling the pressure release around us. The house was quiet, still. The ominous feeling had lifted. But as we turned to leave, the stranger hesitated. We need to find out who programmed this system with such advanced adaptive controls. This wasn't just a glitch. I nodded, knowing this was only the beginning. The owls had learned, but someone had taught it. And that someone was still out there. The weight of that realization settled over us as the door clicked shut behind, sealing the secrets within for now. The house was silent when the door clicked shut behind us. I nodded, still catching my breath. But who? And why? I mean, who would want to trap me like this? The stranger's expression hardened. People who want control. Someone who knew your habits, your schedule, your weaknesses. It's not just a machine, it's a tool for psychological manipulation. We moved to the living room, the furniture back in place but the sense of violation lingering. The walls, once my sanctuary, felt like a reminder of how much I'd been watched and controlled. I need to get out of here, I finally said. I can't stay in this house. The stranger agreed. You should stay somewhere safe. I can help with that. I pulled my phone from my pocket. The screen lit up, but the signal was weak. The automation system must have messed with the network. It took a few tries, but I managed to call a friend who agreed to let me stay at their place for the night. While I packed a small bag, the stranger sat at the kitchen table tapping away on a laptop brought along in case the system came back online. I'm tracing the system's origin, the stranger said. There's a hidden server on your network. Whoever programmed this left a back door. I stopped packing, listening. What does that mean? Can you shut it down for good? It's complicated. The system is embedded deep in your home's hardware and software. It can't be completely removed without tearing apart the house's infrastructure. But I can block the remote access and disable the learning features. Will that stop it from locking me in again? For now. But you'll need to be careful. Whoever installed this wants to maintain control. They might try to get back in another way. I swallowed hard. So, this isn't just about a glitch. Someone's watching me. Someone who knows everything about me. The stranger nodded. Exactly. And that's what makes this dangerous. Machines don't act on their own. People do. And this was designed as a trap. The next morning, after a restless night in my friend's apartment, I returned to my house with the stranger to collect the rest of my things. The air felt colder, the rooms emptier. The quiet was different now, less threatening, but still heavy. The stranger worked quickly, disconnecting the smart system's core components and removing the remaining automated controls. I watched as the last pieces of the system were unplugged, the house slowly returning to a state of normalcy. As we finished, I asked, "What now? How do I protect myself?" "You change everything," the stranger replied. "New locks, different routines, no more smart systems tied to your personal data. You keep your life as unpredictable as possible." I nodded, understanding the truth behind the advice. Control was the enemy. Predictability gave that enemy power. Before leaving, the stranger handed me a small drive. This has logs from the system, records of every adjustment, every lock, every movement it made. If you want to find out who did this, start here. I took the drive, feeling the weight of it in my hand. It was proof, and maybe a way to fight back. Driving away from the house for the last time, I realized how much I had underestimated the danger of technology in my life. It wasn't just about convenience anymore. It was about vulnerability. And I had paid the price. Days later, after recovering and burying the smart system entirely, I began to go through the logs. There were traces of coded messages, timestamps matching my schedule, and strange IP addresses connected to the system. It was clear now the project was deliberate, targeted. I reached out to a cybersecurity expert, someone who could trace the digital footprints further. Weeks passed, and the investigation revealed a network of individuals involved in hacking and psychological manipulation using smart homes as a new frontier for control and surveillance. The authorities got involved, and the case slowly unraveled. The person behind the programming was identified, a disgruntled former employee of the company that installed my system. The motive was personal revenge after being fired, combined with a twisted experiment in control. I finally felt a mix of relief and exhaustion. The nightmare was over, but the scars remained. It had changed me. I was more cautious, less trusting of technology, and more aware of how easily comfort could become confinement. In the months that followed, I rebuilt my life with a focus on real human connections and simple routines. I replaced the smart devices with manual alternatives. The house was quieter, less efficient, but it felt safe again. I didn't forget the lesson. Control can be disguised as convenience, and the most dangerous prisons are the ones built with silence and routine. Looking back, I understood the house wasn't evil. It was a tool shaped by human hands. And as long as I held the power over my life, I wouldn't let fear control me again. With that clarity, I stepped forward, ready to reclaim not just the house, but myself. Each step echoed with renewed purpose. The shadows no longer threatened, they were merely reminders of resilience, urging me to forge a path defined by choice, not surrender. Story 4, Keys to the Abyss, Unlocking Hidden Horrors. The first night I worked at the gas station, I thought it would be. I stared at him, trying to find words, but nothing came out. The cameras watch more than just the pumps, the man continued. We've been keeping an eye on everyone who stops by. It's not about the merchandise or the money anymore. I swallowed hard and asked, why? Who's been watching? The man didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the same small key. You're holding the wrong keys, he said. And now you know the truth. I stared at the key in his hand. The weight of his words sinking deeper than before, knowing nothing would ever be the same. The keys gleamed dully in the dim light, their metal cold and heavy between his fingers. I couldn't tear my eyes away from them, each second stretching longer than the last. The man's voice was low, almost a whisper, but the urgency was unmistakable. "You don't understand what these open," he said. "It's not about gas or groceries anymore. These keys, they're a gateway. A lock on something bigger than this town, bigger than any of us." I tried to ask more, but my throat felt dry and tight. The shadows around us seemed to close in, and for a moment, the hum of the pumps faded into silence. The man's gaze didn't waver, steady and unblinking. "Look," he continued, "there's been a chain of disappearances, people who came here, got a little too curious, and then vanished without a trace. The sheriffs turned a blind eye, and the deputies don't ask questions. It's a quiet kind of enforcement, but it's real. And it's happening right under our noses." My mind raced. I thought about the missing signs posted on telephone poles, the hushed conversations I'd overheard at the diner, the strange late-night visitors who never seemed to stop for more than a minute. None of it had made sense before, but now it was all threading together into a chilling outline. "Why show me this?" I finally managed. "Why not just keep the keys and keep me out?" The man's jaw tightened. "Because you're already involved, whether you know it or not. You came here for the wrong reasons, and now you're caught up. But maybe you can help, or at least understand what's at stake." He motioned toward the back of the store, where a narrow stairwell led down into darkness. "Those keys open a door down there. Behind it is what they're protecting. If you want answers, that's where you'll find them." I hesitated, the weight of the moment pressing down on me. The smell of oil and dust mixed with something metallic and cold. The silence was heavy. The only sound was my own breathing and the faint creak of the old wooden floorboards. Finally, I nodded, the resolve building inside me. "Show me." The man flicked on a small flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom. He led me to the stairwell, the steps creaking under our weight. Every step down felt like descending into another world, colder, darker, full of secrets. At the bottom, a heavy steel door loomed, its surface scratched and worn but firmly locked. The man took the small key from his pocket and slid it into the lock. With a reluctant click, the door swung open, revealing a narrow corridor lined with pipes and exposed wiring. The air was damp, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed softly. I followed him inside, heart pounding. As we moved deeper, the thin corridor opened into a vast chamber, illuminated by flickering fluorescent lights. The room was filled with strange machinery, panels covered in blinking lights, monitors displaying unreadable data, and rows of metal crates stacked against the far wall. "What is this place?" I whispered. The man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked over to one of the consoles and tapped the screen, which flickered to life with a series of maps and coded messages. "This," he said finally, "is the heart of the operation. The real reason people come here, and why some never leave. They're harvesting something or someone. Something valuable enough to keep the whole town under wraps." I stared at the screen, trying to comprehend the scope of it all. The glowing map showed not just our town but a network of similar installations, stretching far beyond what I'd ever imagined. Lines connected one point to another, like a spider's web spun across. The continent. Each node pulsed softly, indicating active sites. My mind raced, piecing together stories I'd heard growing up, disappearances, unexplained power outages, strange lights in the sky. It all made sense now. But what exactly are they harvesting? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He hesitated, then pointed to a cluster of coordinates near the coast. Biological samples. Living tissue, but not just any kind. Something alien, or at least altered. The people who vanish, some are volunteers, Others aren't so lucky. They're part of experiments that push the boundaries of science and morality. A chill ran down my spine. I glanced back at the screen, where one node blinked erratically. And the network? Is it all connected? Every site feeds data to a central hub, he explained. It's a global operation, more extensive than governments admit. If this leaks, it could change everything we thought we knew about the world. I swallowed hard, realizing that my quiet town was just the beginning of a much larger and darker truth. The air in the gas station's back office felt thick, heavy with the weight of what I'd just heard. I held my breath as the figure paused at the stairwell, peering down. After a tense moment, the footsteps retreated. The door shut with a click. I waited a few seconds longer before climbing back up, heart pounding. Back in the office, I locked the door behind me and sat down. I pulled the notebook out again, scanning the entries more closely. The surveillance equipment downstairs must have been used to watch the customers for years, recording their habits and movements without their knowledge. But why? And who was behind it all? I thought about the man's words from earlier, the experiments, the global network. This place was a node in something much bigger. The hidden rooms, the recordings, the logs, they were pieces of a puzzle I was just beginning to see. I needed more answers. The keys weren't just tools to open doors, they were the control mechanism. Whoever held them controlled everything that happened here. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Stop digging. You don't know what you're involved in. The screen went dark as the battery died. I wasn't alone. And now, I was a target. I pocketed the dead phone and glanced over my shoulder, heart pounding. There was no turning back now. I moved forward cautiously, every shadow twisting into a threat, every sound magnified into a warning. The narrow corridor stretched ahead, its walls lined with faded posters and peeling paint, whispering of a past long forgotten. Somewhere beyond, a dull humming pulsed, a generator, or something more sinister. I had to keep moving before whoever sent that message caught up with me. My hands slipped into my jacket pockets, fingers brushing against the cold metal of the keys. They felt heavier now, as if burdened by the weight of the secrets they guarded. I couldn't shake the feeling that these keys were more than mere objects, they were pieces of a darker machinery, one I was only beginning to understand. The corridor branched into a stairwell. I hesitated, then descended, step by step, into the bowels of the building. The air grew colder, dampness clinging to the walls. Somewhere in the distance, a door creaked open. I froze. "Come out," I whispered, more to myself than to any potential pursuer. Silence. I pressed on, each footfall muffled by a threadbare carpet. At the bottom of the stairs, a heavy metal door barred the way. Normally, I would have hesitated, but now curiosity propelled me forward. I slid one of the keys into the lock. It was a tight fit, but the key turned with a sharp click. The door groaned as it swung open, revealing a dimly lit room cluttered with filing cabinets, old monitors, and stacks of paper. My eyes adjusted quickly. On a desk lay a folder stamped with a symbol I recognized, a serpent coiled around a key. The same emblem was etched faintly on one of the keys I held. I hurried over and flipped it open. Inside were photographs, blueprints, and handwritten notes. The photographs showed people I had never seen before, some with faces scratched out, others smiling in pictures that seemed innocent but felt staged. The blueprints detailed the layout of this building, with certain rooms circled in red. One note caught my eye: Project Helix, control through access. Project Helix. That name resonated deep inside me, though I didn't know why. The note referred to access points, containment protocols, and subject monitoring. It was clear this was more than a simple office building or storage facility. Whatever happened here was part of some experiment, or worse, a covert operation. My mind raced as I sifted through the papers. Suddenly, a soft click echoed behind me. I spun around. A figure stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the flickering hallway light. Looking for answers, the voice was calm, almost amused. Or trying to get yourself killed. I didn't recognize the man, but his presence was commanding. He stepped inside, closing the door with deliberate care. You've stumbled into something much bigger than you realize. These keys. They aren't just for doors. They're the linchpin in a game you don't want to play. Who are you? I demanded, clutching the folder tightly. He smiled thinly. A friend. Or an enemy. Depends on what you do next. My heart pounded. Did I trust him? Could I afford not to? Before I could answer, he pulled a small device from his pocket, a miniature recorder, and pressed play. A woman's voice filled the room, brittle and urgent. If you're hearing this, it means the containment protocols have failed. The subjects are no longer under control. The keys are the only way to lock down the breaches. Without them, everything we've built will collapse. The voice cut off abruptly. The man looked at me. They're still here, he said quietly. And they're coming. The sound of footsteps echoed down the hall, heavier this time. The man's eyes darted toward the door as it creaked open slowly. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small, weathered key, its metal glinting dimly under the flickering lights. We don't have much time, he whispered. We need to find the others, and fast. The footsteps grew louder, echoing down the narrow corridor outside the room where I stood with the man. He unlocked the door and pushed it open. Inside was a small, dimly lit space filled with old filing cabinets, dusty boxes, and stacks of photographs. My eyes scanned the cluttered room, taking in the evidence of years of secret surveillance. Look at this, the man said, pulling out a faded photo. It showed a group of customers in the store, unaware they were being watched. They've been recording everyone who comes through here for years. Every move. Every face. I flipped through the photos, seeing familiar faces from the gas station, the delivery driver, regular customers, even the retired couple who stopped by every Sunday morning. Each image felt like a betrayal, proof of a hidden obsession. This isn't just about watching, the man continued. It's control. They've been gathering information to manipulate people, to keep this place and themselves safe. Who are they? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The man shook his head. I don't know. Whoever it is, they've been careful. No one outside this building has any idea what's been going on. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps returned, louder and closer. The man's eyes darted to the door. We don't have much time. He pulled me back into the hallway and led me further down, toward a heavy metal door I hadn't noticed before. The key fit perfectly. I turned it, and the lock clicked open. Inside, the room was colder, darker. Rows of monitors lined the walls, each displaying grainy footage from hidden cameras placed throughout the gas station. I saw angles I'd never known existed, behind shelves, inside the storage room, even under the counter where I worked. The man pointed to the screens. This is their control center. Whoever runs this has been watching us all along. I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the surveillance settle over me. The idea that someone had been watching my every move made the hairs on my neck stand up. We need to find out who's behind this, I said, my voice firmer now. If we don't, they'll keep controlling everything and everyone. The man nodded. I agree. But first, we have to make sure they don't catch us here. We moved quickly, gathering files and photos from the secret rooms as evidence. The man handed me a small recorder. "Record whatever you can," he said. "We'll need proof if we want to expose them." As we worked, I realized there was no going back to the quiet, uneventful nights at the gas station. The keys had unlocked more than hidden rooms, they had opened a door to a dangerous truth. Just as we were about to leave the control room, the lights flickered and went out. The monitors went black. A cold silence filled the space. "We've been spotted," the man said sharply. "They know we're here." I held the recorder tighter, heart pounding. If the people behind all this were watching, they were closer than we thought. And now, they were coming for us. There was no way out that didn't involve facing them head on. I squared my shoulders and stepped forward, ready to meet whatever was waiting in the shadows. The sudden darkness seemed to swallow the whole control room, the faint hum of machinery fading into an oppressive silence. My breath came in shallow bursts, each step forward feeling heavier as the unknown pressed in from all sides. The man beside me pulled a small flashlight from his belt, the beam cutting a narrow path through the black. The light revealed a tangle of cables sneaking along the floor, and I had to remind myself not to trip. "Keep your eyes open," he whispered, voice taut with urgency. "They won't hesitate, and neither should we." I nodded, though my fingers trembled around the recorder still clutched in my hand. It had captured the truth, but now it was also a beacon. Whoever was out there knew exactly what was at stake. We moved cautiously toward the exit, the faint glow of emergency lights flickering somewhere ahead. The corridor beyond the control room was a maze of concrete and steel, the air thick with the scent of dust and something metallic, copper, maybe from fresh wiring or old pipes. Somewhere distant, the faint echo of footsteps bounced off the walls, a slow, deliberate rhythm that tightened the knot in my stomach. "They're closing in," the man muttered, glancing over his shoulder. "We need to get to the secondary exit. It's a faster route, but less secure. We might have to take the risk." I swallowed hard, weighing the options. The primary exit was likely guarded, or worse, trapped. The secondary exit was a gamble, a chance to slip out unnoticed, or to walk straight into an ambush. But hesitation wasn't a luxury we could afford. "Lead the way," I said, trying to steady my voice. The flashlight bobbed ahead, illuminating peeling paint and scuffed footprints on the floor. The walls seemed to close in, every shadow a potential threat. Suddenly, a faint clicking noise echoed from somewhere above us. My heart jumped. The man stopped instantly, pressing a finger to his lips. "We're not alone," he breathed. Drones. Small surveillance devices, hovering silently in the dark, scanning for movement. I remembered the brochure at the lab. These things were equipped with infrared and audio sensors, designed to detect even the slightest anomaly. "We can't be seen," he said urgently. "Stay close, move slow." We pressed ourselves flat against the wall, inching forward, the beam of the flashlight barely flickering. The clicking drone grew louder, circling near the ceiling. I could feel its sensors probing, searching for us like a predator hunting prey. A sudden metallic scrape echoed from the opposite corridor. The man tensed, then gestured sharply toward a maintenance hatch set low in the wall. "This way," he whispered. Without hesitation, I crouched and followed him as he pried open the hatch. A narrow, dark crawlspace opened before us, just large enough to squeeze through. Cold air rushed out, carrying the scent of damp earth and rust. "For better or worse," he said, dropping inside. I hesitated only a moment before following him into the tight, claustrophobic tunnel. The wall scraped against my arms, and the recorder threatened to slip from my grip. As I moved deeper into the crawlspace, muffled voices emerged from above, indistinct but urgent. Our pursuers were close, too close. The tunnel twisted unexpectedly, forcing me to duck low, and I felt the recorder's recording light pulse faintly in the darkness. A surge of panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. This evidence, this story, it was too important to lose now. Last stretch, he said grimly. I stepped forward, the weight of what we were about to face settling over. The crawl space narrowed so much that I had to turn my body sideways to keep moving. The cold, damp air made my skin crawl, and the faint scrape of the man's footsteps ahead was the only sound besides my own labored breathing. The recorder's red light blinked steadily, but the small device felt fragile in my hand, like it might shatter if I squeezed it too hard. The muffled voices from above grew louder, sharper. Urgency was clear in their tone, and I realized whoever was hunting us was close to finding the hatch. The man paused, barely audible. They're right over the main office. I don't think they know about this tunnel. I nodded, my voice caught somewhere between relief and tension. How much further? Not far. There's a door at the end. If we can get through it, we might find a way out. I pushed forward the crawl space, ending abruptly at a heavy metal door set flush into the wall. The man produced a key ring, rattling it against the door frame. This is one of the keys I took from the restroom. I don't know exactly what's behind it, but it's better than staying here. The lock gave a low click and the door swung open with a groan. We stepped into a narrow hallway, lit by a single flickering fluorescent bulb. The air smelled stale, like a room left untouched for years. As I scanned the corridor, I noticed the peeling paint and scuffed floor tiles. At the far end, another door was slightly ajar. The man motioned for me to follow and moved quietly toward it. We slipped inside a small, cluttered room filled with filing cabinets, dusty boxes, and piles of old newspapers. The walls were lined with shelves crammed with faded photographs, notebooks, and various personal items. I recognized some of the faces in the photos, customers from the gas station over the years, caught in candid moments I had never seen before. The man pulled out a notebook, flipping through the pages. Look at this. Someone kept detailed notes on everyone who came through here. Dates. Times what they bought, even where they parked. I crouched beside the cabinet, pulling out a thick folder marked surveillance logs. The pages were filled with entries like journalistic notes describing customers in unsettling detail. Man with dark jacket, nervous glance. Bought 2 energy drinks. Spent an unusual amount of time in restroom. Why would someone do this? I whispered, a chill creeping up my spine. The man's face was grim. Because they wanted to watch. This isn't just a gas station. It's a trap. Before I could respond, a soft click echoed from the hallway. The man's eyes snapped toward the door. Someone's coming, he said, voice low but urgent. I felt my heart quicken. There was no time to hide the evidence or run. We had to confront whoever was behind this. The door creaked open wider, revealing a tall figure silhouetted by the dim light outside. A woman stepped inside, her expression unreadable but calm. She held a small clipboard and a pen. I see you found the files, she said quietly, her eyes flicking between us. I was wondering when you'd get curious. The man tensed, taking a step forward. Who are you? What is this place? She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. This is my project. I've been watching for years, keeping track of everyone who walks through those doors. Not to harm, but to understand. People reveal everything when they think no one's looking. I swallowed hard. Why keep it all secret? Why hide these rooms? Because people don't want to be watched. They don't want to admit they're being watched. It's easier this way. Besides, you're the first to come this far since I started. The man's voice was cold. That makes you the one controlling the keys. The one behind all this. She nodded slowly. Yes. But I never considered you a threat. Until now. I glanced at the man. We both understood what she meant. We had crossed a line, uncovered something she wanted buried. The woman stepped closer, the clipboard clutched tightly. You can leave now. Forget everything you saw. Or stay and become part of the story. I didn't answer. My hands clenched into fists. The recorder was still running, and I knew this moment would decide everything. The woman's eyes held mine, unblinking, as the tension in the room thickened. Then, from somewhere deeper in the building, a door slammed shut, echoing through the silence. The choice wasn't just about leaving or staying. It was about who controlled the story from now on. Every breath I took felt heavier, the weight of the moment pressing down until all I could do was wait. The seconds stretched endlessly, shadows creeping across the walls as if time itself hesitated. Her lips parted slightly, as if to speak, but no sound came. Then, a faint creak from the floorboard betrayed her presence behind me. I didn't dare turn. The recorder's red light pulsed steadily, capturing everything: the silence, the unspoken threats, the fragile line between truth and deception. Whatever happened next would change us all. A cold breeze swept through the room, stirring the papers on the desk, as the weight of unspoken secrets thickened the air. The door slammed shut again, this time closer, shaking the thin walls of the gas station's back office. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. Why watch people for years? Why keep all that stuff hidden? Her eyes flicked toward the door again, then back to me. It's not about the things themselves. It's about control. Knowing what people do, what they want. It's power. I realized then that the real threat wasn't the rooms or the evidence scattered inside them. It was the person who held the keys, the one who decided what was seen and what stayed buried. And that person wasn't going to let me walk away with this knowledge. The creaking floorboards sounded again, closer this time, and I finally turned. A man stepped into the dim light, older than the woman, with sharp eyes that missed nothing. He nodded at her, almost. Neither of them looked surprised to see me there. I didn't know if that was worse than the shock of discovering the hidden rooms. I've been watching you, the man said quietly. Trying to figure out if you're a threat. You've crossed a line. I clenched my fists, trying to keep calm. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want people to know the truth. The woman laughed softly, but there was no humor in it. The truth is messy. People don't want it. They want lies that keep them comfortable. The man took a step closer, lowering his voice. We've kept this place running for years. We watch who comes in, who leaves. We keep the town safe in our own way. I shook my head. Safe? By spying on everyone? That's not safety. That's control. And it's wrong. The woman crossed her arms, eyes still locked on mine. You don't get to decide what's right or wrong here. This is our world. I looked at the recorder in my hand and then back at them. I'm leaving. And I'm taking everything with me. The man's eyes narrowed. You'll regret that. Without another word, they turned and walked toward the back door that led to those secret rooms I discovered. I knew they wanted to intimidate me, maybe even stop me from leaving. But I had already made up my mind. I followed them at a distance, careful not to make a sound. The rooms were filled with dusty boxes, old surveillance equipment, and dozens of photos and notes about customers who had passed through over the years. Faces I recognized, moments frozen in time. The weight of it pressed down harder than ever. The woman stopped at a panel on the wall and pressed a button. A hidden camera feed flickered to life on a small screen. It showed the gas station's main floor. We watch because no one else will. If we didn't, who knows what would happen out here? I didn't answer. I wasn't ready to argue anymore. Instead, I glanced back at the exit, feeling the first real hope I had all night. "We control the story," the man said, voice low but firm. "And you're not part of it." I straightened up. "Maybe not. But I'm going to make sure the story gets told." They didn't move to stop me. Maybe they believed I wouldn't actually walk away with their secrets. Maybe they thought the remote location and the night shift would keep me trapped. But I pushed the door open and stepped out into the cold night air. The moon was high, casting long shadows across the empty lot. I locked the office behind me and headed for my car. The next morning, I handed over everything, the recordings, the photos, the notes, to the local police. The officers looked stunned, but they promised to investigate. I gave them the keys, the evidence, and my full statement. It wasn't easy, facing what I'd uncovered. The thought of someone watching, controlling, and manipulating a whole town was unsettling. But I knew I couldn't keep it to myself. In the days that followed, the gas station closed down. Reporters came, neighbors talked, and slowly the truth began to surface. The investigation peeled back layers of secrecy that had held the town in place for years. I kept thinking about the woman and the man, about how they believed their actions were justified. But control isn't safety. It's fear dressed up as protection. I don't work the night shifts anymore. I don't go near that gas station. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I catch myself glancing over my shoulder, wondering if someone is still watching. The keys are gone now, locked away where no one can use them again. And for the first time in a long while, I felt like the story was finally mine to tell. The night settled around me, quiet and unbroken, as I finally let out the breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The weight I carried for so long began to lift, replaced by a fragile sense of closure. Memories that once clouded my mind now seemed distant, like shadows retreating at dawn. I understood that healing wouldn't come all at once. It wasn't a switch to be flipped, but this moment felt like a turning point. Outside, the world moved on, indifferent and relentless, yet inside me, something shifted. I was no longer running from the past. I was stepping toward a future I could shape. The night held no threats now, only possibilities waiting to be claimed. The quiet hum of the city settled around me, a gentle reminder that life, in all its chaos, would continue to unfold. Story 5, Fading Reality, A Neighborhood Unravels. The morning started. The store clerk rubbed his eyes and said, "I thought I was just tired. But now that you mention it, the paint on the walls inside the store looks washed out." I looked around again, trying to ignore the creeping unease settling in my stomach. Something wasn't right. The neighbors usually smiled or waved as I passed by, but today, their faces looked blurred. I could recognize them, but the details were hazy. The dog owner's eyes were less sharp, and the store clerk's mouth. "Maybe it's just a light," I said, though I didn't believe it. "Maybe we're all just tired." The dog owner shook her head. "I don't think it's that. I've been up for hours. And my husband at home says the same thing." The store clerk glanced down the street toward the small park where children usually played after school. "Kids don't look right either. Faces don't seem real. Like I'm watching a bad video or something." I nodded, feeling a chill despite the warmth of the morning. We stood in silence for a moment, each of us looking around, trying to find normalcy in a neighborhood that suddenly looked wrong. Later that afternoon, I went to the local community center to check the bulletin board. Flyers for upcoming events were tacked up in their usual spots. But the colors on the paper looked faded and the faces in the photos seemed distorted. I ran my fingers over one flyer advertising a neighborhood cleanup and noticed the ink smudged slightly, even though the paper was dry. At the center, the attendant was a middle-aged woman with a friendly smile, usually quick to greet visitors. Today, Her expression was tight and distracted. When I asked if she had noticed anything strange lately, she hesitated before replying. "People have been calling, asking if anyone else feels weird," she said quietly. "Some say they see things differently. Colors, faces, even sounds." I frowned. "Sounds? What do you mean?" She glanced around the room before lowering her voice. "Some say voices sound distant or echoing, like someone's messing with their heads." I left the center with a growing sense of unease. On my walk back, I passed the bakery where the baker stood behind the counter, wiping his hands on a towel. The baker's usual cheerful greeting was absent. The man looked at me with tired eyes and said, "You're not imagining it. Something's happening, and I don't know what." That evening, I sat on my porch with my phone, scrolling through neighborhood social media groups. Posts popped up everywhere, neighbors sharing similar experiences, worried questions, and theories about what might be causing the strange perceptions. Some blamed new construction dust, others suspected a chemical spill nearby, but no one had answers. Messages came in from people I knew well, the mail carrier, the school teacher, the retired couple down the street, all describing the same unsettling symptoms. The colors fading, faces blurring, sounds warping. Everyone was experiencing it, together. I called a close friend who lived a few blocks away, the local mechanic. His voice sounded tired, strained. "I don't know what's going on," the mechanic said. "My shop's been fine, but the cars look different. The colors on the paint jobs don't pop. It's like I'm seeing everything through a dirty window." I told him about the other neighbors. "It's not just you or me. It's everyone. The whole neighborhood." There was a pause on the other end. "Maybe it's something in the air or water. We should look into it before it gets worse." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the day's strange moments, the faded colors, the blurred faces, the worried voices. Something was wrong, and it wasn't just in my head. It was happening to all of us. I decided the next day to start asking questions, to find out if this was an environmental problem or something else entirely. If we didn't figure it out soon, I was afraid the neighborhood, our community, would start to unravel, piece by piece. The thought made me shiver. But for now, all I could do was prepare myself for whatever truths lay ahead. The morning sun filtered weakly through the smog that had settled over the town, casting an eerie gray light on the cracked sidewalks and shuttered windows. As I stepped outside, the usual hum of activity was muted, replaced by an unsettling silence that pressed against my ears. People hurried past without their usual greetings, eyes darting nervously as if searching for something invisible. I pulled my jacket tighter, a small defense against the chill that had nothing to do with the weather. I made my way to the local library, hoping the archives might hold clues, old news reports, environmental studies, anything that could shed light on the creeping malaise. The librarian, Mrs. Ellsworth, looked up as I entered, her face etched with lines deeper than the years alone could explain. "You're not the only one asking questions," she whispered, glancing over her shoulder before leading me to a dusty section of neglected files. "There's talk of something in the water, or maybe the air. Folks are scared, but no one's talking openly." I sifted through yellowed papers and crumbling photographs, piecing together a pattern of unexplained illnesses and murky reports of chemical spills that had been quietly covered up. The more I uncovered, the heavier the weight of responsibility felt on my shoulders. This wasn't just a local mystery. It was a warning, a call to action before the fabric of our community was torn beyond repair. Determined, I pulled out my phone to call a few trusted neighbors, hoping to form a small group who could confront the problem head-on. The uncertainty still gnawed at me, but beneath it all, a flicker of resolve began to burn. We couldn't wait for answers to come to us. We had to seek them out, and fast. The next morning, I woke up still thinking about what I had discovered in those dusty files. That afternoon I met them all at Marion's house. The small living room felt cramped with 4 grown adults leaning in close, sharing stories that blurred between observation and worry. Marion pulled out a notebook filled with her garden notes. I started recording when I noticed the flowers losing their vibrancy. The colors just drained away, like someone turned down the saturation. She flipped through pages with dates and photos she'd taken on her phone. Aaron added, the school nurse mentioned similar symptoms in kids: headaches, dizziness, trouble focusing. Some parents think it's just stress, but it's too widespread for that. He looked tired, like the weight of responsibility pressed down on him more than the others. Lena, who had been quiet, spoke up. I went through the pharmacy records for the last 6 months. There's a rise in prescriptions for anxiety and neurological issues. Nothing officially tied to a cause, but it's unusual for a town this size. She paused, then said, I also found something in the county health reports, several reports of chemical spills near the river. They were dismissed as minor, but I wonder if they were connected. We sat in silence for a moment, the pieces starting to fit together. The water, the air, the illnesses may be all linked. But no one had stepped forward to confirm it. Fear, denial, or something else kept people quiet. I decided to look deeper into those chemical spill reports. After the meeting, I returned to the small public library, where I spent hours going through online archives and local government documents. The spills had occurred over the past year, each downplayed by officials as isolated incidents with no lasting impact. Yet, the locations lined up disturbingly close to the neighborhoods where people reported symptoms. One report caught my attention, a spill 6 months ago from a nearby factory that manufactures cleaning products. The company had issued a brief statement claiming full containment, but internal emails leaked online suggested delays in reporting and inadequate cleanup. I printed everything I could find. As I left the library, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Marion. One of the older folks in the neighborhood mentioned that years ago, there was a similar scare. Maybe we should talk to them. That night, I knocked on the door of Mrs. Greer, a retired nurse who had lived here for decades. She let me in cautiously, her eyes sharp despite her age. I explained what we were seeing and the patterns I'd uncovered. She nodded slowly, then said, "You're right. Something's wrong." In the early 90s, there was a spill from the same factory. People got sick, but the town moved on. Some never really recovered. Her voice was steady but carried a warning. The problem is, no one wants to admit it's back. It's easier to pretend everything's fine, even when it's not. I left her house with more questions than answers. If this was happening again, how far had it spread? Could the community handle the truth without tearing itself apart? The uncertainty gnawed at me, but I knew waiting for officials to act was no longer an option. Back at home, I laid out the documents and notes on the kitchen table. The pieces formed a picture of slow poisoning, a shared trauma hidden beneath the surface of everyday life. But something else bothered me when I looked at the photos Marion had taken. The faces of neighbors appeared blurred. That night, I stared at the ceiling, trying to make sense of it all. If the problem was environmental, why did it seem to affect perception so deeply? Was it the toxin, or was it something about how our brains were responding collectively? The thought was unsettling. I realized the clock was ticking. If this neurological shift was contagious, if it was warping reality for everyone, the community could unravel before anyone found a way to stop it. I had to find the source and expose it, or risk losing everything we'd all trusted. When my phone rang just past midnight, I was startled. The screen showed an unknown number. Hesitating, I answered. "Listen carefully," a voice whispered. "You're getting too close. Stop digging before it's too late." The line went dead. I sat back, the weight of the warning settling over me. The threat wasn't just a contamination anymore. Someone wanted to keep this quiet, and they were watching. I clenched my fists, knowing that turning back wasn't an option anymore. Whatever waited ahead, I had to face it no matter the cost. The room felt colder now, shadows stretching longer as the evening deepened. I pulled my coat tighter around me and glanced at the scattered files on the desk. Each page was a puzzle piece, fragments of a story someone was desperate to hide. My phone buzzed again, but this time it was a message, last warning. Walk away or regret it. The urgency was undeniable, but so was the fire igniting inside me. I couldn't let fear dictate my path. If anything, this only confirmed how close I was to the truth. With a deep breath, I grabbed my flashlight and headed out into the dark, ready to uncover what lay buried beneath the surface. The warning message lingered on my phone screen as I stepped outside, the night air sharp against my skin. The man's gaze didn't waver. "You're asking the wrong questions," he said quietly. "It's not what you see, but what you don't. You should leave this alone." I frowned. Someone warned me to stop digging, too. But I can't. Not now. He sighed, rubbing his hands together. "You don't understand. This isn't just some neighborhood oddity. There's something in the water, or maybe the air. It's affecting all of us. Not just the colors or faces, but the way we think." He glanced around nervously. "It's already started to change people. You don't want to be next." "Change people how?" I pressed. "What do you mean?" Before he could answer, a woman hurried past us, glancing back with wide eyes. "They're watching," she whispered, disappearing into the darkness. The man's face tightened. "Exactly. Whoever is behind this, they're watching everyone closely. People are turning on each other. Trust is breaking down faster than the colors." I nodded slowly, the pieces falling into place. The blurring of faces, the desaturation, it wasn't just a glitch in perception. It was a symptom of something deeper, something deliberately engineered or at least allowed to spread unchecked. That explained the warnings and the fear in the neighborhood. "Do you know where I can find out more? Any records, tests, anything that might explain what's happening?" I asked. The man hesitated, then reached into his coat pocket and handed me a small, folded piece of paper. "This leads to someone who's been tracking the changes. Not many trust them, but they might have answers. Be careful. If you get caught, don't expect help." I unfolded the paper. It was an address a few blocks away, in a part of the neighborhood I'd barely paid attention to until now. The street was quieter, the houses older and more worn down. "Thank you," I said. He nodded once and disappeared into the shadows before I could ask anything else. The walk to the address felt longer than it was. My mind raced with questions and half-formed theories. If this person had been tracking the changes, maybe they had data or evidence I could use. Maybe they knew whether this was caused by a toxin, a virus, or something else entirely. When I reached the house, I hesitated. The windows were dark, and the front door looked like it hadn't been painted in years. I knocked firmly, waiting for a response. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a woman in her late 40s with sharp eyes and a guarded expression. She looked like someone who had seen too much and trusted too little. "I'm here about the neighborhood," I said. "A man gave me this address. He said you might have information on what's happening." The woman studied me for a long moment before stepping aside to let me in. "You're brave or foolish. Maybe both. Come in. We don't have much time." Inside, the house was cluttered with papers, charts, and old computer equipment. The air smelled of stale coffee and dust. She motioned for me to sit at a battered wooden table. "My name's Linda," she said. "I've been tracking the changes for months. What you're seeing, the desaturation, the blurring, that's just the start. The real problem is how it's messing with our brains." I leaned forward. "What do you mean?" Linda pulled out a folder and spread out a series of graphs and medical reports. "I work in environmental health. When the first signs appeared, I started testing the air, water, soil. Nothing obvious came up. No known toxins at dangerous levels. But then I looked at neurological symptoms, headaches, memory lapses, confusion. And it wasn't just individuals, entire groups were showing the same patterns." She pointed to a chart showing a spike in reported cognitive issues over the past 2 months. "It's spreading through the neighborhood like a virus, but not a virus in the traditional sense. It's more like a shared neurological effect triggered by a combination of environmental factors and something else we haven't identified yet." "Something else?" Linda hesitated. "That's where it gets complicated. I think someone is using chemicals or technology to manipulate brain activity. It could be experimental pesticides, industrial waste, or even something more deliberate. The people responsible don't want this exposed." I thought about the warning messages and the man's words. "Do you have any leads on who might be behind this?" Linda shook her head. "People with access to power and resources. Companies that operate in the area, government contractors, or private groups. They've been quiet, but the signs are there if you know where to look." I swallowed hard. The stakes were higher than I imagined. This wasn't just a local health concern. It was a calculated attack on the neighborhood's minds, and maybe beyond. "Have you shared this with anyone else?" I asked. "Only a few trusted contacts. Most people don't want to believe it. Fear makes them turn inward, distrust each other, and deny what's happening." I nodded. That explained the fractures I'd seen between neighbors, the growing paranoia spreading. Linda reached into a drawer and pulled out a small vial filled with a clear liquid. "We've been collecting samples from various spots, water sources, soil, even the air filters in some homes. This is one of the latest. I want you to take it to a lab outside the neighborhood. Someone who doesn't have a stake in all this." I took the vial carefully. "I will." She looked me in the eye. "Be careful. You're already on their radar. If you push too hard, they'll come for you." I left the house with the vial tucked safely in my pocket. The night felt heavier now, the silence more oppressive. I realized that whatever this was, it wasn't going to stop until someone exposed it or until the neighborhood lost itself completely. As I walked back toward the main street, I passed a small group of neighbors gathered under a street lamp. Their faces were tense, eyes darting suspiciously. One woman whispered something that caught my attention. "It's not just the colors or the memories." I saw my neighbor's eyes change. I kept moving, the weight of the vial a constant reminder that I was no longer just chasing answers. I was part of something much bigger and much more dangerous. By the time I reached my front door, I knew there was no turning back. The neighborhood was unraveling, and the truth was buried beneath layers of fear, silence, and lies. I had to find the source before the shared reality we all depended on fractured beyond repair. Otherwise, none of us would recognize the world or each other anymore. Mr. Caldwell nodded slowly. "I saw it too. But it's more than just the eyes. Colors have been draining away, edges blurring. When I talked to Mrs. Franklin, she said she couldn't remember what she was supposed to do that morning, even though she just told me. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. "Do you think it's something in the air?" Or maybe a chemical? Marissa shook her head. We've checked the water supply. Nothing unusual. The local air quality reports haven't changed. But there's something else. I talked to some of the teachers at the school. Several kids complained about headaches and trouble focusing. It's spreading fast. I pulled out the vial. I found this last night near the park bench. It's some kind of liquid, but I don't know what it is or where it came from. Mr. Caldwell took the vial cautiously and peered inside. Looks. Smells faintly of chemicals. Marissa frowned. We need to be careful. If this is connected, we can't let it get out of control. That afternoon I made my way to the park, the vial tucked safely in my jacket pocket. The place was deserted. The swing swayed gently in the breeze, casting long shadows. I knelt by the bench where I found the vial. The ground was damp, but there was no obvious source of contamination. I scanned the area, looking for signs, spilled containers, discarded bottles, anything unusual. As I stood up, I noticed a small manila envelope tucked under the bench. I pulled it out, heart pounding. Inside were several faded photographs and a few notes scrawled in hurried handwriting. The pictures showed various spots around the neighborhood, parks, water meters, schoolyards, all marked with circles and item. One note caught my eye: concentration high near old pump station. Avoid direct contact. I recognized the reference immediately. The old pump station was shut down years ago after a minor chemical spill, but it had never been fully cleaned up. Could someone have been dumping something there again? Or was the contamination spreading through the soil or water supply? I brought the envelope back to Marissa and Mr. Caldwell that evening. We spread the photos on the kitchen table, tracing the routes and connections. It was clear someone had been mapping the neighborhood's vulnerable spots. But who? And why hadn't anyone reported this before? That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every creak of the house, every shadow outside the window made my skin crawl. I kept checking the vial, wondering if the liquid inside was responsible for the changes we all experienced or if it was a symptom of something deeper. The next day, I decided to visit the old pump station. It was on the edge of the neighborhood, surrounded by rusted fences and overgrown weeds. I slipped through a broken gate and made my way toward the main building. The air was thick with a faint chemical smell, sharp and unpleasant. Inside, the floor was stained with dark patches, and the walls were covered in peeling paint. I noticed footprints in the dust, fresh enough to suggest someone had been here recently. As I moved deeper, I found a small metal box wedged under a pipe. Inside, there were several containers similar to the vial I had found, some empty, some half full. I took a deep breath and grabbed one of the full containers, checking the label. It was illegible, but I could make out a date from last month. Someone had been deliberately distributing this substance here, near the neighborhood's water source. I heard footsteps behind me and froze. Turning slowly, I saw a man in a dark jacket standing near the doorway. His face was hard to read, but his eyes held a strange intensity. "You shouldn't be here," he said quietly. I swallowed hard. "Why are you doing this? What is this stuff?" He didn't answer at first. Then he said, "It's not what you think. This isn't about poisoning anyone. It's about control, about seeing how far people can be pushed before they break." I took a step back, heart racing. "You're infecting the whole neighborhood?" He shrugged. "Not infecting. Experimenting. Watching the cracks form." I clenched my fists. "You're hurting people." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Sometimes you have to hurt a few to see the bigger picture." Before I could say more, he slipped past me and vanished into the shadows. I stayed there for a moment, the containers still in my hand, realizing that the nightmare wasn't some accident. It was planned, deliberate. Someone was manipulating us, testing the limits of our minds and our trust. I knew then that finding the truth would be harder than I thought. But I couldn't turn away, not now. The neighborhood was unraveling, and if I didn't stop this before it went too far, none of US would recognize what was left. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever lay ahead, and stepped back into the shadows where the answers waited. The streets whispered secrets I hadn't dared to hear before, fragments of conversations, hidden glances, silent warnings. Every clue felt like a thread in a tangled web, pulling me deeper into a darkness I couldn't escape. But with every step, I grew more determined. This was no longer just about survival, it was about reclaiming our reality. The night felt heavier after the confrontation. Martin frowned. The problem is that no one will believe it without proof. And even if they do, how do we get the authorities to act before more damage happens? We agreed to collect more water and soil samples from around the neighborhood, documenting the contamination. I spent the next day walking from house to house, knocking on doors, gathering stories, and urging people to join the effort. Some were wary, others confused, but a few were ready to listen. The shared experience of blurring faces and draining colors was undeniable. It was real, and it was dangerous. By midweek, we had a small group ready to push for change. We contacted the city's environmental agency, sending them our evidence and demanding an investigation. The response was slow, but the pressure grew as more residents reported symptoms. The agency finally sent inspectors, and the industrial company responsible was ordered to halt operations and begin cleanup. Even as the official response began, the neighborhood felt fragile. The trust that had held us together was strained, stretched thin by suspicion and fear. Some neighbors blamed each other or the authorities. Rumors spread about who knew what and when. I noticed the way I started away when I approached, the whispered conversations that stopped abruptly. The chemical effects lingered, but the psychological damage was harder to heal. I kept visiting Mrs. Jensen and Martin, checking in and coordinating efforts to support those affected. We organized meetings, shared resources, and encouraged people to talk openly. Slowly, the colors returned. Faces sharpened. The neighborhood began to breathe again. It wasn't a quick fix, but it was progress. One afternoon, as I walked down the street, I saw Mrs. Jensen tending her garden, the colors of her flowers vivid against the sunlight. She looked up and smiled, a genuine warmth in her eyes. "We made it through," she said simply. I nodded, feeling the truth of it. The neighborhood wasn't the same as before. It had changed, marked by the ordeal, but it was still here. We had faced the distortion together and reclaimed our reality. The nightmare had been human-made, born from greed and negligence, but the recovery was ours to build. I knew the scars would remain, reminders of how fragile trust and perception can be. But I also knew we had the strength to heal. As the sun set, casting long shadows down the streets, I took a deep breath, steady and calm. The colors around me were real again, and so was the hope that we could move forward together. The night was quiet, but inside me, a quiet resolve had begun to grow. The quiet resolve settled deep within me, a steady flame in the midst of uncertainty. I stepped away from the fading light, walking through the now familiar streets that had borne witness to both despair and the first tentative steps toward renewal. The faces I passed reflected the same cautious optimism I felt. Eyes that had once been clouded with fear now held sparks of determination. It was in these small, human details that the true story of recovery would be written. I found myself drawn to the edge of the town, where the remnants of broken buildings stood like silent monuments to our past mistakes. The skeletal frameworks of once proud structures reached toward the sky, their emptiness echoing in the cool evening air. Yet among those ruins, signs of life were beginning to emerge: new wooden beams, fresh plaster, and the hum of work crews who refused to be defeated by what had come before. They were the builders of our future, crafting hope from dust and shadow. As I walked, I thought about the conversations I'd had over the past days, the whispered fears, the honest admissions, the plans laid bare. Recovery, I realized, was more than reconstruction of stone and mortar. It was the reweaving of community, a delicate tapestry of trust, shared purpose, and understanding. The nightmare had exposed our fractures, but it had also revealed the resilience buried beneath. I paused at a small park where children played under the watchful gaze of adults. Their laughter was tentative but genuine, a fragile melody that promised renewal. One child, a girl no older than 7, chased a worn ball with unrestrained joy, and I saw in her the embodiment of hope itself. The future was not just an abstract concept but a living, breathing thing taking shape before my eyes. The night deepened, stars beginning to prick the dark canvas above. The cool breeze carried scents of earth and distant rain, a reminder that nature, too, was part of this cycle of destruction and rebirth. Nothing stays broken forever, I thought. Life finds a way to mend, to grow, to flourish anew, even after the deepest wounds. I turned back toward the heart of town, where the community hall was beginning to pulse with renewed activity. Inside, voices rose in planning and encouragement. Volunteers coordinated efforts, strategizing next steps. Relief supplies were distributed fairly, with an eye toward those most in need. The chaos of recent days was giving way to order, not perfect, but honest and earnest. There, in that room filled with movement and purpose, I felt the pulse of something greater than any one person. It was the collective will to reclaim what was lost, to rebuild not just structures but the very fabric of trust and belonging. The nightmare had been a crucible, testing us in the harshest fires, but it had also tempered our resolve. As I joined a small group gathered near a map spread across a table, I felt the weight of responsibility settle comfortably on my shoulders. The path ahead would be long and fraught with challenges, but it was a path we walked together. Each step forward was an act of defiance against despair, a declaration that we would not be defined by what had broken us, but by how we rose in response. The night wore on, but within me, the quiet flame burned steadily brighter. In the midst of recovery, amid the lingering shadows and the hard work ahead, I found a simple truth: healing is a journey, not a destination. And as long as we move forward, together, there is always hope. Story 6, Abandoned Cabin on Hidden Trail, Signs of Recent Presence. I started the hike later than I planned, leaving the trailhead just after noon. The sun was already dipping toward the western ridge, casting long shadows across the worn path. I adjusted my pack, feeling the reassuring press of supplies against my back: water, snacks, a lightweight jacket tucked in just in case. The air was warmer than I expected for this elevation, a soft breeze whispering through the pines that lined the trail. The initial stretch was gentle, the dirt path winding smoothly between towering trees and clusters of wildflowers. I moved steadily, the rhythm of my boots crunching against the gravel beneath my feet syncing with the steady beat of my heart. The forest around me was alive with the hum of cicadas and the occasional chirp of a distant bird. Despite the late start, the trail was quiet. I passed only a handful of other hikers, their faces sunburned and tired but smiling with the shared camaraderie of those who seek the solitude and challenge of the mountains. About an hour in, the trail began to steepen. The gentle incline gave way to a series of switchbacks, forcing me to slow my pace and focus on each step. My legs protested slightly, reminding me that my training had been inconsistent at best. Still, the promise of the summit spurred me onward. Through breaks in the canopy, I caught glimpses of the valley below, a sprawling mosaic of farmland and forest, the winding river catching the sunlight like a silver ribbon. I paused briefly at a small clearing where an ancient oak stood sentinel. Its gnarled branches stretched wide, offering a patch of shade that felt like an invitation. Leaning against the rough bark, I took a sip of water and scanned the horizon. The sky was a brilliant blue, streaked with wispy clouds that moved lazily with the wind. It was one of those rare moments where the world feels perfectly still, the kind that reminds you why you keep coming back to the wilderness. Resuming the climb, the forest began to thin, replaced by hardy shrubs and rocky outcrops. The scent of pine gave way to the sharp tang of mountain air. My breath grew heavier, and I could feel the altitude pressing against my lungs. I pulled out my jacket as the temperature dropped unexpectedly, the wind picking up and tugging at the hem of my shirt. By late afternoon, I reached a ledge overlooking a small alpine lake nestled at the foot of the next rise. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the towering cliffs that framed it like a natural amphitheater. I settled down on a flat rock, pulling out my map to confirm my position. According to my calculations, the summit was still another 2 miles ahead, with a 1,200-foot gain in elevation. As I rested, a sudden movement caught my eye, a flash of russet fur darting between the rocks. A red fox emerged cautiously, its eyes locking onto mine for a moment before it vanished into the underbrush. Encounters like this always felt like small rewards, reminders that the wilderness was home to countless lives beyond my own. The sun continued its descent, and I knew I had to push on if I wanted to make camp before dark. Packing up, I followed the narrow ridge trail that hugged the mountain's spine. The path was rugged here, strewn with loose rocks that tested my footing. At one point, I had to use my hands to scramble up a steep section where the trail briefly disappeared beneath a jumble of boulders. Near the top, the wind grew fierce, whipping through the sparse trees and carrying a sudden chill that bit through my jacket. I paused to put on my gloves, my fingers stiffening despite the exertion. From this vantage point, the valley spread out like a living map, the patchwork of fields and forests glowing golden in the fading light. Finally, I reached a small plateau sheltered by a cluster of pines. It was the perfect place to catch my breath and take in the view. I sank onto a rock that was still warm from the afternoon sun, letting the silence settle around me. Below, the river snaked lazily through the valley, its surface catching the last rays of light and shimmering like molten silver. A fox darted through the underbrush, pausing briefly before disappearing into the shadows. The sky above was a deepening canvas of purples and blues, streaked with the faintest hints of pink. I pulled out my notebook, the worn leather cover creaking softly as I flipped it open. The pages were filled with sketches and notes from earlier hikes, but today I felt compelled to write something new, something that captured this moment of quiet solitude. My pen hovered for a moment before I began to etch words onto the page, the rhythm calming and familiar. A sudden gust rattled the pine branches overhead, scattering a handful of needles that drifted down like green snowflakes. I looked up to see the first stars beginning to twinkle, distant and cold. The wind carried the scent of pine resin and earth, mingling with the faint smoke from a far-off campfire. It reminded me that while the mountain was wild and untamed, it was also a place of fleeting human stories, brief encounters, and shared warmth in the darkness. As twilight deepened, the temperature dropped noticeably. I zipped up my jacket and stood, stretching my stiff limbs. The path back would be more treacherous in the dark, but I was grateful for the quiet strength the mountain offered. With one last look at the valley bathed in moonlight, I gathered my things and began the descent, the crunch of my boots on the rocky trail the only sound breaking the stillness. The next morning, I woke up with the cabin's image still fresh in my mind, the footprints in the dirt, the half-eaten meal on the table. The next morning, I woke up with the cabin's image still fresh in my mind, the footprints in the dirt, the half-eaten meal on the table. The sunlight filtered weakly through the grimy window, casting pale rectangles across the floor. I lay there for a moment, listening to the quiet hum of the forest waking up outside. The birds were beginning their tentative songs, and somewhere not far off, a brook babbled steadily, a reassuring sound amid the unsettling mystery that had taken root in my thoughts overnight. I forced myself out of bed, the cold wooden floorboards creaking beneath my feet as I moved toward the window. The forest looked peaceful, deceptively so, but the image of the cabin gnawed at me. Who had lived there? Why had they left in such a hurry? And, more urgently, where were they now? My stomach tightened at the thought of an unknown presence in these woods. After a quick breakfast, I decided to head back to the cabin. I needed to see it again, to explore it more thoroughly. The initial glance yesterday had left too many questions unanswered. This time, I would be methodical, careful, and observant. Grabbing my notebook and camera, I stepped outside, feeling the crisp morning air fill my lungs. The path back was easy to find, thanks to the footprints still embedded in the soft earth. They were the only traces of human presence in this remote patch of forest. As I walked, I noticed other signs, broken twigs here and there, a crushed patch of moss, faint scuff marks on the bark of a nearby tree. Each fragment hinted at a story, but no clear narrative emerged. Approaching the cabin, I slowed down, taking in every detail. The structure was small, built from roughly hewn logs, with a stone chimney at one end. The roof sagged slightly under the weight of moss and years of neglect, but the door was firmly shut. I circled the building, checking for other entrances or windows. There were 3 small windows, grimy but intact, their glass stained and cracked in places. The footprints led right up to the door, then stopped abruptly. No marks of a forced entry. I tried the handle, it was locked. I glanced around, wondering if there might be a back door or a cellar hatch, but saw nothing of the sort. With no key and no indication of anyone nearby, I resolved to search the perimeter more carefully before attempting anything else. I knelt down near the foundation and spotted faint impressions in the soil, more footprints, but these were smaller, possibly feminine. They appeared to circle the cabin, weaving in and out among the trees, before fading into the underbrush. Curiosity piqued, I followed the trail, stepping carefully over roots and rocks. The footprints led downhill toward the brook I had heard earlier. As I approached the water's edge, I saw a small clearing, strewn with broken branches and a few scattered belongings, a tattered scarf, a rusty tin can, and what looked like a child's shoe. The sight sent a shiver through me. Whoever had been here had left in a rush, leaving much behind. Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes made me freeze. I turned sharply, heart pounding, but saw only a fox dart across the clearing and disappear into the thicket. The relief was brief. The woods were alive, but not with the people I sought. I returned to the cabin and sat down on a fallen log nearby, pulling out my notebook. The scarf was red, faded and torn, but unmistakably a child's. The shoe was small, made of worn leather. The tin can was empty, though rusted solid from exposure. What kind of family had lived here? How long ago had they left? And why? I glanced back at the cabin, then toward the deep woods beyond. A sudden urge to explore deeper welled up. Within me, a pull that defied reason and caution. I tucked the scarf carefully into my coat pocket and stood, the weight of the mystery anchoring my steps as I moved toward the shadowed trees. The air shifted, cooler now, carrying whispers of pine and damp earth. Every crack of a twig underfoot echoed loudly in the stillness, and I forced myself to breathe steadily, to focus on the task rather than the creeping unease. As I ventured farther, the canopy thickened, blotting out the late afternoon sun. My eyes adjusted slowly, catching glimpses of moss-covered stones and the remnants of what might have been a path. The ground was uneven, roots twisting like serpents beneath the fallen leaves. I paused, noticing faint footprints pressed into the soft soil, small and erratic, as if a child had hurried through here long ago. Then, something caught my eye, a glint of metal partially buried beneath a cluster of ferns. Kneeling, I brushed away the debris to reveal a tarnished locket, its clasp still intact. I hesitated before opening it. Inside was a tiny, faded photograph of 2 children smiling, a boy and a girl, their faces bright with innocence amidst the decay around me. A sudden rustle made me start. From between the trees, a figure emerged, not quite a shadow, but not fully solid either. The outline of a child, translucent and trembling with a cold that seeped into my bones. Their eyes, wide and searching, met mine, and for a moment, the forest held its breath. "Why did you leave?" I whispered, feeling the weight of years press upon us both. The figure slowly nodded towards the deeper woods, then vanished like mist dissolving in sunlight. I rose, clutching the locket tightly, understanding that the answers lay ahead, hidden in the heart of the forest's silent secrets. I stayed frozen for a few seconds after the figure disappeared, the weight of the locket still heavy in my hand. No answer. The forest held its breath again. I decided to head back to the first cabin. I needed to rest and think before going any deeper. The sky was darkening fast, and the temperature was dropping. The warmth inside the cabin would help me stay alert. As I walked back, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. A figure standing just beyond the trees, barely visible in the shadows. It didn't step forward or call out. It just watched. I stopped, but the figure didn't move. I kept my eyes fixed on that spot until the figure slipped away into the darkness. Back at the cabin, I closed the door behind me and locked it, though I knew it wouldn't keep anyone out for long. I pulled a blanket from a dusty chair and wrapped it around my shoulders. The smell of the meal on the table was still faintly warm, but I couldn't bring myself to eat. Instead, I sat by the window and watched the woods. Every so often, I caught glimpses of movement, shadows shifting, shapes lurking just beyond the tree line. Whoever was out there wasn't going to leave until I did. I thought about calling for help, but my phone had no signal. The nearest town was miles away, and I wasn't sure I could trust anyone until I understood what was going on. The locket felt heavier in my pocket. I unfolded the newspaper fragment again and studied the names of the missing family. The more I learned, the more I realized I was caught in something much bigger and darker than I had imagined. I knew I couldn't stay here forever, but leaving now felt just as dangerous. Whoever was watching me wanted me gone, but I wasn't ready to disappear. The night stretched on, and I kept my eyes on the woods, waiting for the next move. The silence was broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the steady beat of my own breath. Somewhere out there, someone was waiting for me to make a mistake. I wasn't sure if they wanted to help or harm, but I knew one thing: there was no turning back now. I tightened my grip on the worn leather strap in my hand and stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The moon hung low, casting pale blue shadows that danced between the towering trunks. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, each inhalation grounding me, reminding me I was still very much alive. A distant hoot of an owl echoed through the canopy, and for a moment, the forest seemed to hold its breath alongside me. I moved cautiously, every footstep deliberate on the uneven ground, my senses stretched taut like a wire about to snap. The leather strap in my hand was warm against my palm, its familiarity offering a fragile comfort. I reminded myself that this object, worn and frayed, was the only link I had to what once was, and perhaps what could still be. Somewhere deeper in the woods, faint flickers of light began to appear, bobbing gently like will-o'-the-wisps. My heart quickened. Were they traps set to lure me into the shadows? Or signals from an ally? I squinted, leaning forward, trying to discern their source. "Show yourself," I whispered, voice barely more than a breath, swallowed by the night. The lights hesitated, then moved closer, revealing themselves as lanterns swaying on thin, wooden poles carried by two figures cloaked in dark, hooded garments. Their steps were cautious but purposeful, and as they drew nearer, I could make out the glint of something metallic, perhaps item or tools, at their belts. "Who are you?" I demanded, raising the strap slightly as a warning. One of the figures stopped, letting the lantern's glow fall on their face. It was a woman, her eyes sharp and watchful, but not unkind. "We mean you no harm," she said softly, her voice steady yet edged with urgency. "You're being followed. Not everyone in these woods wants to see you safe." The second figure, a man, nodded in agreement, though his eyes scanned the perimeter nervously. My grip on the strap tightened. "Then why should I trust you?" The woman stepped closer, lowering her hood to reveal streaks of silver in her dark hair. "Because we want the same thing you do. To survive. To uncover the truth buried beneath this forest's secrets." For a moment, I considered turning away, disappearing into the tangle of trees, but something in their earnest expression stopped me. Maybe it was the sheer loneliness of the night, or the knowledge that my own instincts could only keep me safe for so long. "All right," I said finally, voice low but resolute. "What's the plan?" She smiled faintly, a flicker of hope in her eyes. "We make our way to the old mill at dawn. There's someone there who can help us piece everything together." I nodded, adjusting the strap once more. As we moved forward, the forest seemed to close in around us, dense and alive with secrets. But for the first time that night, I felt less like prey and more like a participant in something larger, a story still unfolding beneath the silver light of the moon. The path was narrow, shadows stretching long as the first hints of dawn painted the sky. Each step carried us closer to answers, and to whatever awaited at the mill. The forest was quiet except for the crunch of dry leaves beneath our feet. Inside, the mill was cold and smelled of wood smoke and old grain. A single lantern hung from a beam, casting weak light on a rough table. The man motioned us to sit, then pulled a battered map from a shelf. The lines drawn on it were messy but deliberate. The woman leaned in, pointing to a spot not far from the cabin I had found. "That's where they came from, the ones watching you. They've been moving through the area, watching every step." Her voice was steady but low. I frowned, thinking about the footprints and the meal left untouched. The idea of someone waiting for me to leave suddenly felt less like a random threat and more. "Why would they want me gone?" I asked quietly. The man shook his head. "Because you're poking in places you shouldn't. That cabin isn't just abandoned. It's a waypoint, a marker for their territory. They don't welcome visitors, especially not ones who might bring attention." A chill ran through me. I thought the forest was empty, maybe forgotten. Instead, it was a stage for something far more deliberate. The woman's eyes met mine. They're patient. They wait. They watch. And when you think you're safe, that's when they act. I swallowed hard. "So what do we do now? Leave and pretend none of this happened?" The man shook his head again. "No. The only way out is through. You'll have to face them. Show them you're not afraid." Her hand found mine briefly. "I'm with you." The words settled over me. I wasn't sure if it was courage or stubbornness that kept me rooted. The forest outside felt suddenly smaller, the walls of the mill closing in. Footsteps approached the door, slow and deliberate. The man's gaze flicked to the entrance, then back to us. The tension in the room thickened. The door opened wider, and a figure stepped inside, tall, with a hood pulled low, face hidden. The silence stretched until the newcomer spoke, voice low and cold. "You shouldn't be here." The man in the mill stood, his jaw tight. "We're not leaving until this is settled." The hooded figure laughed quietly. "Then you're stubborn fools. But stubbornness has its price." The woman gripped my arm, her fingers digging in. I looked at her, then back at the figure. Whatever this was, it wasn't about to end peacefully. The mill's door slammed shut behind the newcomer, cutting off the outside world. The room grew colder, the air charged with unspoken threats. I realized then that the watchful eyes in the woods were not just waiting. They were ready. And so was I, whether I liked it or not. The silence stretched taut, every breath a promise of what was to come. The woman's grip tightened, pulling me closer as if to anchor me to some fragile reality. Her voice was a whisper, sharp with urgency. "We don't have much time." I wanted to ask what she meant, but the figure's slow, deliberate steps across the creaking floor silenced everything. Every shadow seemed to recoil from the cold certainty in those footsteps. I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of every eye in that room, even those unseen beyond the walls. The watcher in the woods, the ones pressed behind the trees, they were pieces in a larger game, one I had only just glimpsed. And now, here at the heart of the mill, the final move was unfolding. The newcomer stopped near the center of the room, the dim light glinting off something metallic in their hand. Item? An item that caught the flicker of the lone candle like a warning flare. The woman beside me stifled a gasp, her knuckles white where she held my arm. "What do you want?" I forced the words out, my voice steadier than I felt. The figure's head tilted slightly, a shadow crossing their face. "To settle debts," they said softly. "To make sure the past doesn't bleed into the present." The woman beside me whispered, "He's lying. This isn't about debts. It's about fear." She jerked her chin toward the woods, where the watchers had shifted, their eyes glinting with something fierce and unreadable. "They're afraid of what you know." Heat rose in my chest. Fear? No. This was something else. The kind of fear born not from danger, but from secrets so deep they could unravel everything. I forced myself to step forward, ignoring the woman's desperate tug on my sleeve. "If you want something, say it. We can't keep dancing around shadows." The figure laughed then, low and bitter, a sound that scraped against the walls like old nails on wood. "You think this is a dance? No. This is war." They moved fast then, too fast, lunging toward the woman with the item raised. Instinct took over. I shoved her back just as the item slashed through the air, embedding itself in the wall inches from where she had stood. Splinters rained down, and the candle flickered wildly, the room plunging into near darkness save for the chittering light. A growl rumbled from the woods outside, low and menacing. The watchers had broken their silence, stepping from their hiding places, their forms blurring as they surged toward the mill. The woman pushed me behind a heavy workbench, her breath ragged. "We have to get out. Now!" But the mill's windows were barred, the door sealed tight. The figure blocked the only exit, eyes wild, desperate. "There's no escape," they hissed. "Not for any of us." I glanced around, heart pounding, searching for any way to turn this nightmare. Then my fingers brushed against something cold and smooth hidden beneath the bench. A piece of metal, old but sturdy. A crowbar, left behind by some careless worker. Hope flared. I grabbed it, gripping it like a lifeline. Outside, the watchers were closing in, their voices rising in a chorus of warning and rage. The woman caught my eye, a fierce determination burning in hers. "We fight," she said, "or we die trying." The figure snarled, lunging again, but this time I was ready. With a cry I swung the crowbar, meeting their attack head-on. Metal clashed with flesh, pain flared in my arms, but I didn't let go. The first blow staggered them, the second sent them crashing to the floor. Breathing hard, I stared down at the figure, struggling to rise. The woman. The figure lay on the floor, breathing hard, eyes wild and angry, but no longer moving forward. After a long moment, the figure stopped moving. The woman looked up at me and nodded. "We can't stay here. They'll be back soon, and they'll be angry." I glanced toward the windows, where the dark forest pressed close. It was hard to believe anyone could be watching us after what had just happened, but I knew better. The footprints I'd seen earlier, the meal left warm on the table, it all pointed to this place being used, carefully and purposefully. "We have to get out," I said. "We will," the woman replied. "But not through the front door. They're blocking it. We need another way." I looked around the cabin quickly. The back wall had a small window, cracked open just enough to slip through. It was a tight squeeze, but I could make it. The woman was already moving toward it, signaling me to follow. I crawled through the window first, feeling the rough wood scrape my arms. Outside, the cold night air hit me, and I paused to listen. No voices, no movement, just the quiet whisper of wind through the trees. The woman slipped out after me, pulling the window shut behind her. We dashed into the woods, branches snapping underfoot. My breath came in short bursts, but I kept moving, knowing the watchers could return at any moment. After a few minutes, we stopped in a small clearing. The woman looked back toward the cabin, her face shadowed and tense. "We're lucky we got out when we did," she said. "They don't." I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. Why were they watching the cabin? Why all this, waiting? She hesitated, then said, "This place was a hideout. For people like us, people who wanted to disappear. But it's not just about hiding anymore. There's fear, suspicion. They're afraid someone new will come and take what they've claimed." I thought about the footprints. The meal left on the table, the sign someone was still living here, still trying to protect this space. So, they watch and wait to make sure no one leaves. "Yes," she said. "Or that no one leaves alive." The weight of her words settled over me. I realized I had been lucky to find her, and luckier still to get out of the cabin alive. But the question remained, what was I going to do now? "We can't stay here," I said. "We need to find a way back to the trail, to safety." The woman nodded. "I know a path. It's not marked, but it leads to a ranger station. It's a few miles from here, but it's the only way out that doesn't cross through their territory." We set off again, moving quietly through the trees. The night pressed around us, dark and still except for the occasional sound of an animal or the rustle of leaves. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see the watchers appear, but they didn't. After what felt like hours, we finally came to a narrow dirt path. The woman smiled briefly. "This is it," she said. "Keep your head down. We're almost out." We followed the path uphill, the trees thinning until we saw the faint glow of lights in the distance. A small building stood at the edge of the clearing, the ranger station. I walked toward it, relief washing over me. The door opened before I could knock, and a middle-aged man in a uniform stepped out, eyes wide as he took in our appearance. "Are you okay?" the ranger asked. "What happened?" I glanced at the woman. "We were trapped. There's a group in the woods, people who don't want anyone leaving that cabin." The ranger frowned and nodded. "You're safe here. I'll call for backup." Sitting on the steps, I finally let my shoulders relax. The woman beside me was quiet, but there was a calm in her eyes I hadn't seen before. "What's your name?" I asked. She looked down, then back up. "Mara." "Mara," I repeated. "Thank you for helping me." She nodded. "We have to look out for each other. That's the only way to survive out here." The ranger's radio crackled, and he stood up. "Help is on the way. You're safe now." As I watched the first signs of daylight break over the trees, I thought about what I'd been through. The fear, the fight, the uncertain people hiding in the woods. I knew the experience had changed me. I was no longer just someone out for a hike. I was someone who had faced real danger and lived. And now, with help coming, I could finally breathe again. The cabin, the watchers, the endless waiting, it was over. I looked at Mara and said, "We made it." She smiled faintly. "Yes, we did." Relief washed over me in waves, quiet but undeniable, as the first light of dawn crept through the trees. The forest seemed different now, less menacing, as if it too had recognized the end of our ordeal. Birds began their morning songs, tentative yet hopeful, filling the silence that had once been heavy with dread. Mara reached out, her hand trembling slightly, and I gripped it firmly. Neither of us spoke, the weight of everything lingering between us like a fragile thread. I knew this moment marked not just survival, but a new beginning, one where fear no longer dictated our steps. Together, we would face whatever came next, stronger for having endured the darkness. The dawn's light painted our faces with promise, and in that glow, hope felt almost tangible.